Section 1 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Salto. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Section 1. How to Tell a Story. The humorous story and American development, its difference from comic and witty stories. I do not claim that I can tell a story as it ought to be told. I only claim to know how a story ought to be told, for I have been almost daily in the company of the most expert storytellers for many years. There are several kinds of stories, but only one difficult kind, the humorous. I will talk mainly about that one. The humorous story is American. The comic story is English. The witty story is French. The humorous story depends for its effect upon the manner of the telling. The comic story and the witty story upon the matter. The humorous story may be spun out to great lengths, and may wander around as much as it pleases, and arrive nowhere in particular, but the comic and witty stories must be brief and end with a point. The humorous story bubbles gently along, the others burst. The humorous story is strictly a work of art, high and delicate art, and only an artist can tell it. But no art is necessary in telling the comic and the witty story. Anybody can do it. The art of telling a humorous story, understand, I mean by word of mouth, not print, was created in America and has remained at home. The humorous story is told gravely. The teller does his best to conceal the fact that he even dimly suspects that there is anything funny about it. But the teller of the comic story tells you beforehand that it is one of the funniest things he has ever heard, then tells it with eager delight, and is the first person to laugh when he gets through. And sometimes, if he has had good success, he is so glad and happy that he will repeat the nub of it, and glance around from face to face collecting applause, and then repeat it again. It is a pathetic thing to see. Very often, of course, the rambling and disjointed humorous story finishes with a nub, point, snapper, or whatever you like to call it. Then the listener must be alert, for in many cases the teller will divert attention from that nub by dropping it in a carefully casual and indifferent way, with the pretense that he does not know it is a nub. Artemus Ward used that trick a good deal. Then, when the belated audience presently caught the joke, he would look up with innocent surprise, as if wondering what they had found to laugh at. Dan Satchel used it before him, Nye and Riley and others use it today. But the teller of the comic story does not slur the nub. He shouts it at you every time. And when he prints it in England, France, Germany, and Italy, he italicizes it, puts some whooping exclamation points after it, and sometimes explains it in a parenthesis. All of which is very depressing and makes one want to renounce joking and lead a better life. Let me set down an instance of the comic method, using an anecdote which has been popular all over the world for 12 or 1500 years. The teller tells it in this way. The wounded soldier. In the course of a certain battle, a soldier whose leg had been shot off appealed to another soldier who was hurrying by to carry him to the rear, informing him at the same time of the loss which he had sustained, whereupon the generous son of Mars, shouldering the unfortunate, proceeded to carry out his desire. The bullets and cannonballs were flying in all directions, and presently one of the latter took the wounded man's head off, without, however, his deliverer being aware of it. In no long time he was hailed by an officer, who said, "Where are you going with that carcass?" "To the rear, sir. He's lost his leg." "His leg, forsooth!" responded the astonished officer. "You mean his head, you booby." Whereupon the soldier dispossessed himself of his burden, and stood looking down upon it in great perplexity. At length he said, "It is true, sir, just as you have said." Then, after a pause, he added, "But he told me it was his leg." Here the narrator bursts into explosion after explosion of thunderous horse laughter, repeating that nub from time to time through his gaspings and shriekings and suffocatings. It takes only a minute and a half to tell that in its comic story form, and isn't worth the telling after all. Put into the humorous story form, it takes 10 minutes and is about the funniest thing I have ever listened to, as James Whitcomb Riley tells it. He tells it in the character of a dull-witted old farmer who has just heard it for the first time, thinks it is unspeakably funny, and is trying to repeat it to a neighbor. But he can't remember it, so he gets all mixed up and wanders helplessly round and round, putting in tedious details that don't belong in the tale and only retard it, taking them out conscientiously and putting in others that are just as useless, making minor mistakes, now and then stopping to correct them and explain how he came to make them, remembering things which he forgot to put in their proper place, and going back to put them in there, stopping his narrative a good while in order to try to recall the name of the soldier that was hurt, and finally remembering that the soldier's name was not mentioned, and remarking placidly that the name is of no real importance anyway. Better, of course, if one knew it, but not essential after all, and so on, and so on, and so on. The teller is innocent and happy and pleased with himself, and has to stop every little while to hold himself in and keep from laughing outright, and does hold in, but his body quakes in a jelly-like way with interior chuckles, and at the end of the 10 minutes the audience have laughed until they are exhausted and the tears are running down their faces. The simplicity and innocence and sincerity and unconsciousness of the old farmer are perfectly simulated, and the result is a performance which is thoroughly charming and delicious. This is art, and fine and beautiful, and only a master can compass it, but a machine could tell the other story. To string incongruities and absurdities together in a wandering and sometimes purposeless way, and seem innocently unaware that they are absurdities, is the basis of the American art, if my position is correct. Another feature is the slurring of the point. A third is the dropping of a studied remark, apparently without knowing it, as if one were thinking aloud. The fourth and last is the pause. Artemus Ward dealt in numbers 3 and 4 a good deal. He would begin to tell with great animation something which he seemed to think was wonderful, then lose confidence, and, after an apparently absent-minded pause, add an incongruous remark in a soliloquizing way. And that was the remark intended to explode the mine, and it did. For instance, he would say eagerly, excitedly, "I once knew a man in New Zealand who hadn't a tooth in his head." Here his animation would die out. A silent, reflective pause would follow. Then he would say dreamily, and as if to himself, "And yet that man could beat a drum better than any man I ever saw." The pause is an exceedingly important feature in any kind of story, and a frequently recurring feature, too. It is a dainty thing, and delicate, and also uncertain and treacherous, for it must be exactly the right length, no more and no less, or it fails of its purpose and makes trouble. If the pause is too short, the impressive point is past, and if too long, the audience have had time to divine that a surprise is intended, and then you can't surprise them, of course. On the platform, I used to tell a Negro ghost story that had a pause in front of the snapper on the end, and that pause was the most important thing in the whole story. If I got it the right length precisely, I could spring the finishing ejaculation with effect enough to make some impressible girl deliver a startled little yelp and jump out of her seat. And that was what I was after. This story was called The Golden Arm, and was told in this fashion. You can practice with it yourself, and mind you look out for the pause and get it right. The Golden Arm. Once upon a time there was a monstrous mean man, and he lived way out in the prairie, all alone by hisself, 'ceptin he had a wife. And by she died, and he took and toted her way out dar in the prairie, and buried her. Well, she had a
Wayne. Part 1. A little learning makes the whole world kin. Proverbs 32:7. I went often to look at the collection of curiosities in Heidelberg Castle, and one day I surprised
The Ace Man's.
But it's great seeing you in person.
Thanks. Same. Nice to see you.
Your journey's been a very interesting journey, and I like the notion of you're a good comedian. People want to hear your voice, and they can't take that away from you. You can just take it with you. And in a world where it feels like everyone can get stripped or fired or sent to Siberia, this is one thing. Like there's only a handful of things. You know, it's actually being a good carpenter is the same thing. Like when you're a really good carpenter, you just work.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They always need you.
That's
They
right.
can't take it away.
I actually read in Lincoln. I've been reading this biography of Abraham Lincoln by Carl Sandburg. It's like 6 volumes, and in the early part where he's young, he grew up in this town that was so bare bones. There was a guy who beat up, and he was a drunk, and he beat up a lot of people and lit a house on fire. So they put him in jail, but he was the only good carpenter, so they had to let him out. They needed him, so they let him out.
I know because I was a carpenter and I worked with a lot of guys that were horrible alcoholics and horrible, no bedside manner.
Right.
You wouldn't want to be around them.
No.
Racist as shit. But Russ, get Russ. He's got to work.
Have him.
You got to have him.
Sure.
And it's like, that's kind of what, like I told my son, I go, listen, during all COVID, he was like, I don't know, 14. I was yelling about stuff and people yelling back at me and I was getting into trouble. And Judd Apatow called me and told me to shut up. And I think he may have done that with you. But I just said to him, he goes, Dad, you just say whatever you want. I go, I said, you got to be good.
Right.
If you're good, you say whatever you want. If you're not that good, you have to shut up.
That's right.
Son, say whatever you want, but first be good.
Be good at it. Yeah, express yourself well. I think
be good. Be a good carpenter and say whatever you want.
That's
right.
That's right. I mean, if your job is self-expression, you got to be good at that, not just saying whatever you want.
Well, I mean, you're a really good stand-up comedian.
Yes.
So if you're really good, well, no. I mean, this is another thing.
Yeah.
I would tell people all the time. I go, I'm funny. Yeah, I'm good. And they'd go, oh, he thinks he's good. I go, I was a good carpenter.
Sure.
I was good at it. You can own being good at something. You're doing it for a long time.
40
you're good
years, and I'm good at it.
You're good at it.
I am, no doubt.
Right. And so you can say what you want outside of stand-up. Yeah. And you can do what you want. And you can never fully be canceled, is what I'm saying. You're not. You may not work the Olympics this year.
That's right.
But unless you want to surprise us with an announcement. But you're always going to work.
Yeah, and also to your point with the Olympics, it's what do you want to do? So stay in what you know you can get, and there's a Darwinism to the system a little bit, especially with comedy, because be able to get laughs consistently is pretty rare. So if you can do it, folks want to see it, and how many folks want to see it will decide where you end up landing. If you feel like you need to have more acceptance than that to feel validated, then you're going to be in some pain. But I don't.
I brought up Judd Apatow because somebody told me that he got on you, and then I said, well, he got on me too. But for me, it was a loving way. Like he did it. He called me and said, like, stop talking shit about COVID for me. For like my
because he wanted you not to get in trouble for
he's like you're going to ruin your career if you keep doing this so it was more of a loving thing for me, but for you it may have been different. I don't know.
I didn't pay much attention,
but he put it out there or something.
Sure.
Do you again, we're talking it's Me Too stuff. For me, it's like COVID stuff. But how many people truly don't care, just want to get out there and make a statement so it seems like they care?
I don't know. I don't really get in other people's heads, You don't? I don't. I think it's a losing battle, trying to decide why somebody's doing something outside of why they say they're doing it.
Right.
So I don't study that much, It would be kind of exhausting for me. So and I'm not on social media, and I don't pay attention to a lot of the chatter. Do you know what I mean? So, and I'm sure there's people that do things for one reason or another, but I don't really care.
So for you, you've done so many different things.
Yeah.
A novel is different.
Yeah, I brought you one, by the way, because I
Thank you.
signed it for you. And
Oh,
that's-
thank you. I
mean,
appreciate
who cares,
that.
But that's
it's really interesting, and it's really unlike what I guess people would think of you or
Yeah.
coming from your mind.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel comedic. It's a very pretty intense, sad, desperate story.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if it's, I think it's in the future, I would assume.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Sort of. But I think what people would call a departure for you.
Sure, yeah.
And is that something you intentionally like, kind of zigging when they're zagging, or
Yeah.
just kind of mixing it up? Or
I like zigging when I'm zagging. You know what I mean? Like I like running in a certain direction for a while and then seeing it's like a way of tacking in a sailboat. You know, like you're kind of headed in one way, but it's a nice thing about sailing is that you're actually going to go this way. You're going to see the sun from this side and then from this side.
Right.
Even though you're not, a sailboat is not transportation. You know,
Right.
it used to be, but now,
Right.
now it isn't. So I like creatively like going hard with, you know, balls out laughs for a while and then trying to tell stories for a while, you know. Sort of. I did a show called Horace and Pete once, and it was like drama.
Yeah.
And so, and even in the series I did for FX, some episodes were kind of, there weren't many laughs.
Lucky
in them.
Louie?
No, I had a show called Louie on FX.
Oh, Louie.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah.
Where do I get? Is there Lucky Louie?
Lucky Louie was on HBO. That was just one season of a sitcom.
Oh, okay. Well, the Pam Adlon one.
That's right, yeah.
Yes. She's a dear.
Yeah. Yep.
She was my wife in a sitcom. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to think what else I did with her. But I like Pam.
Yeah.
A real spirit.
For sure, yeah.
Different.
Different than anybody. Yeah.
Not a lot of Pam Adlons out there. Not that we need a lot of Pam Adlons, because she's like paprika, just sprinkling on top. That's all we need.
Smoked paprika.
It was society would not work if it was just filled with Pam Adlons.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, she played my wife, but I was always trying to get her into something because that was my take.
Yeah, I always, when I worked with her, I thought she was a unique voice and one that isn't. A lot of times when people cast women, they either want them to be honey sweet or kind of crispy, you know? But that kind of just like real, you know, mother of three, fucking just at the bottom, you know, the grisly bottom of difficulty of being a woman, but also funny as hell. She just had a great rapid fireball, fastball, you know, comedic.
Yeah.
So when I met her, I had a mission in my head. Like, I want more people to see her, which I think you did too, sort of.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think you see a lot of people where you kind of go, God, what's the big deal about this one?
Yeah.
They're not funny. I sat down with the guy for an hour. It wasn't funny at all. Like, what's the big fucking whoop?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that. But every once in a while, you see someone's got the spark, and you go, oh, we got to do something with this person.
It's fucking rare, man. It's rare.
It's rare, and you've seen so many people that don't seem to have much going on push to the front of the line that you feel almost compelled.
For sure.
Like there's some ward of the state or something. You got to do something for them.
There was a woman I worked with named Adrienne Appalucha. She's opens for
know
me.
that name.
Yeah. And so me and Ari Shafir really wanted her to have a special, so he produced it and I directed it, and we got her to do it. It's on Netflix.
It's nice. And speaking of openers, I heard a story that you went to TikTok and found an opener.
Yeah, I did.
How'd that work?
I was I wasn't on TikTok. I was on Reels or whatever it is, or on YouTube Shorts, because I don't really go on the social media, but I like YouTube, and they started doing the shorts, and then I realized I was getting addicted to it, so I stopped doing it. But I got to watch a bunch of stand-ups, and that's like the new training ground for stand-ups, of these like short clips, you know.
How short are
they? I saw this guy Dan Docimo. I'm gonna fuck up his name. Dan Docimo, I think his name is. And I'd never heard of him, and I watched 2 clips of his, and they really made me laugh. So I just told my booker, you know, get that guy in Chicago, because he was a Chicago comic, and I was playing the Chicago theater. So yeah,
that must have been a thrill for him.
Yeah, it's fun to do that. I've been doing that my whole career. Like, I was in Australia once, and I played a little club in Melbourne, and the next night I was in the big opera house in Sydney. So I saw some weird guy Rob Thomas, I think his name was, really strange. Like the audience didn't get him, but I loved him. And I went up to him. I said, "Do you want to come to Sydney with me and do the Opera House?" And
Dan DeCimo.
That's his name.
Docimo, or
Docimo,
Docimo.
That's right. Yeah, funny guy, really inventive, and a rare voice. I love stand up outside of my exploitation of it. So whenever I see somebody who's like, not doing the obvious thing, that, but with skill.
An angle. Yeah, I love an angle. And also stand-up is like boxing. You only need to see 3 minutes to know whether the guy knows what he's doing or not.
Yep.
You could, Mike Tyson in his prime, you could watch 21 seconds of him boxing
That's
and
all
go,
you ever
oh,
really
that
got.
guy, okay, that's all you got. But
Yeah.
you go, oh, that guy's devastating.
That's right.
And you watch a 2-minute clip online and you get a real good idea of who this person
For
is
sure.
comedically, right?
For sure, yeah. I mean, there's people that can do 2 minutes that can't do more.
Right.
But I can tell
Right.
that's it. That's all they got. And this
Yeah.
guy, you could tell there was a voice, there was a person on stage with a whole, and you can just hear the fastball. You can hear the pop in the glove.
So, it strikes me there's a lot of people that want to do stand-up,
Yeah,
but they're really not stand-ups.
yeah.
But they can do it in the sense that anyone can memorize a handful of jokes and
Sure.
sort of go out there.
Yeah.
And the audience sometimes is not really sophisticated enough to
Yeah.
not really to understand whether this guy's just telling jokes,
Yeah.
stuff you get off the internet,
Yeah.
like they're easily fooled.
Yes, they are.
Because they're plumbers and lawyers and doctors and firemen. They're not comedians. So
Right.
it only kind of rises to the level of what they're capable of.
Yeah.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? Imagine having that extra cash in your pocket. I guess well, you tell me, but
Okay.
I think your job as a comedian is to take that plumber who doesn't have a great sense of humor
Yeah.
and have them elevate up and understand what you're saying, even if it's sort of above their pay grade. Like your job as a great chef is to do something for this guy who just eats hamburger helper,
Right.
but not be a jack off and have him go, I don't even know what this fucking is.
Absolutely.
Have him go, I've never eaten at a Michelin star. This was good. And I just eat Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
But like understand it. Am I making my metaphor or was I working this one out?
It's a great metaphor.
Is it?
Yeah, it is, because that's the sweet spot to me. Is
Right.
like, I know what they want. That's obvious, right? Like you can go up there and serve them cheeseburgers,
Right.
And they'll eat them.
Yeah, because everyone loves a cheeseburger.
Why wouldn't they?
Right.
Cheeseburgers are great, and I love cheeseburgers.
But why do they need? Yeah, but why do they
So-
need you to give them a cheeseburger?
Right. So
they
this
don't
is,
need
here's
you
the
for
sweet
that.
spot to me is by what you're saying is if you don't, I don't have no interest in making cheeseburgers for people. That's
Right.
not. That's because they'll eat them and they'll forget them. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
A cheeseburger's not going to make you. It's not going to enrich your life. It's just going to fill your stomach, make you a little sick, also.
And-
but if you make these fucking things where like you take a piece of foie gras and you put foam on it and
Right.
you hit it with a torch,
Right.
and it's one bite,
Right.
that's he's not gonna to think that you're great because he doesn't get it is the other extreme,
Right.
of like, I'm gonna do this for me, this is my thing, and I'm gonna be rare and interesting.
And
To
it's
me,
kind of
like,
a cop out.
it is, but to take something that is very far from the plumber's life, way outside of his life,
Right.
and make him go, oh my God, I get
Yes.
that, and I wouldn't have even thought of that, but I
Right.
get it in my gut.
Right.
That's life. That's the best thing in my
Right.
life.
And
That's my
there-
favorite thing.
I totally agree, and it's and the skill of the chef part is you have to get him there without confusing him or losing him.
That's right.
And so you have these.
Well, you can confuse them and lose them, but you got to be there to catch them. It's like a game. It's like
right.
juggling. Like you
Yeah.
look like you're falling all the time, but you kind of, you freak them out, but it's going to be like it's like a ride. It's
Right.
like
Right.
a roller coaster sometimes.
Yeah, I think the best part is when you see the audience. For me, at least, when I do stand up, it's not. I mean, the punchline's great, but I like more the part where they go, "Oh, like you hear them. You can see them nod a little and go, "That's right."
So this tour I've been doing, I called the show Ridiculous. I don't always like name the tours or anything, but it's called Ridiculous because it's been the opposite. That people shake their heads and go, "What the fuck is this?"
Right.
And on their way to the laugh, they're going, why are you saying this? This is nuts. Or you shouldn't say that, or whatever it is. But then you get them to a place where they're laughing like hell and really glad that they went on that ride. Like for me, that's really fun to play people through a territory reluctantly. They don't want to go through there.
Right.
I think the thing of making them go, yeah, I really, like the sort of like the pithy. I used to do a version of that too. It's like, wow, I'm not laughing, but I'm really hearing you. This is a good point you're making. That's one thing. I've done that. But the thing of making them go, why would you bring this up? This is not something to talk about, or this makes no sense.
Right.
To baffle them, but then have them land somewhere where they're laughing and really having a good time. That's really great. That's fun for me.
Yeah, I think I'm not saying do the head nod instead of the punchline.
Yeah.
I like the head nod in front of the punchline where they go like, "Oh yeah," and then you hit them with something.
Yeah,
and it's fun. I have this joke. I just did it last night actually, but it's not. I don't have it in my top 20 jokes or anything, but it's an example of him and go, yeah. I go, you can't make fun of groups. You can't make fun of blacks, or can't make fun of religion. You can't make fun of anybody. But there's one group you can still make fun of. And everyone kind of looks around. I go, old people. You make fun of old people all you want. Old fart, old fuck, old Joe Biden. No one says anything. You'll never get fired. You'll never get into trouble. You make fun of. And they go, yeah. And I go, I question the wisdom of this practice, because why are we making fun of a group that we all one day hope to enter?
Yeah.
And they go, oh, yeah. I go, want your kids to get old? You want to get old? You want everyone you love to get old?
Yeah.
And that's the group we're making fun of.
Yeah.
I don't do it.
No.
I stick with the Puerto Ricans. And then you give them the stupid laugh. You know what I mean? But you get them thinking like, yeah, this is true. Like,
That's
why
true.
are we doing that? Why are we making fun of a group that we're going to enter?
It's funny.
And it's not even it's not great or anything, but you can see their face kind of go like, huh, never thought of that. And that's kind of what you want, right? And that'll work with the plumber.
Yeah, absolutely. You get them there through that. Yeah, I like that. Also, I think it's true. Nobody wants to. We disdain old people a little bit, because actually, I think people don't want to get old.
Yes,
they want to live a long time.
Yeah, they remind us of death.
Yeah, like people actually kind of believe that they'll stay young forever. Like they want to live long, but they don't. The old people are a reminder that that's what living long means. It means getting old and weak and
I mean, tired. It's I never really thought about it, but everybody loves puppies. Yeah. But not everyone loves old dogs, which is the same dog just 9-10 years later. Yes. But they're like, I got no time for that guy. But when they're puppy, they go like, they go nuts. Yeah. Like if there's a puppy, everyone will just run toward it and go like, oh my God. If there's just an old dog, people just sort of step over it. That's know?
That's right.
So we don't like it. It scares us. I get it, but it is essentially like saying, let's make fun of black people, except for one day we're all going to be black people. Right. It's mathematically just doesn't work out.
But it is like a particularly profound denial that we go, I want to live a long time, but I don't want to be like that fucking guy. Well, there's those two are and you can't detach them.
Right, yeah. You could then be James Dean.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, for a long time. Yeah.
But it also doesn't. It seems a little unfair too that when like the old guys like people go like, I brought my dad over and he could barely make it up the stairs. Yes, arthritic hips. Like he's 87. Like he fought in Korea. Yes, he's old. Yes, that's what happens.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm 58, and I feel like life gets better as you get older. There's more pain in your body.
Yes,
but I also don't care about it. Like,
Yeah.
you just live with it,
Yeah, maybe first off, you see a lot of people coming and going,
Yeah.
Sometimes it's from a career standpoint, sometimes it's just dead. You know what I mean? Like people used to call me Gilbert Godfrey, and then Gilbert Godfrey's dead, and then they'd call me Norm Macdonald, and now Norm Macdonald's dead. And, you just kind of look around and you go, first off, enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
And secondly, there's a kind of an ease I found when you get older that's just you don't care about everything all the. I mean,
you see a bunch of circles go, and you just go, "I've seen this."
Right.
Like everybody feels like the world is falling apart, but that's what it felt like after 9/11. Most people, people that are vital in the culture, don't remember 9/11.
Right.
Everything felt like everything is completely at that, and then before that, the Reagan and the nuclear age,
Right.
We're all talking about how we're going to blow each other up.
Yeah,
there's been so many of them, but we're still here. So if you've lived through a few of those, through
then
Watergate,
you get into climate change, and there's 24-year-old women who don't want to get pregnant because they don't want to bring their kid up. And I'm like, my mom called this ecology in 1952, or 1972. We had a crying Indian. I've seen this. Go ahead and shit out some kids. You'll be fine. They'll be fine.
The world will be different. It'll be different. Yeah.
It was also pointed out that you do a barely legal bit.
Yeah.
And I was talking about barely legal on this very program like a couple of weeks ago because it had reminded me that Megyn Kelly made some sort of barely legal reference.
Yeah, that's right.
And she got into trouble.
Yeah, she said that it's having sex with a 5-year-old or a 15-year-old is not the same.
I'll play the clip. Yeah, she made one of these Matt Damon type.
Okay.
Easily. She said it's not that. Yeah, right. She said sort of the obvious, but everyone jumped on her.
Yeah.
But she was saying Epstein liked the barely legal type.
Okay.
And I got it to mean like the magazine.
Right.
And I don't think the people who were pouncing on her understood. I think she was talking about the magazine, not barely legal actual young girls who are not legal. Or something. Or
it's confusing.
She got confusing about it. I'll play you the clip. But
didn't he like barely illegal?
Yes, that's what he liked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what she was saying is the girl who was done up in pigtails and the Catholic schoolgirl outfit, like the barely legal type, except for they were illegal.
Yes.
And barely. I guess there's a way to be 16 and not dress that way, is what I'm saying. But he wanted both. Well, we'll hear what she said. It was a little, confusing.
Okay, let's see.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts.
All right. So she brought up barely legal, and I realized, I think she was talking about the magazine because she's old enough. And then I started thinking about the magazine. And then I had a realization. I was like, the first barely legal model is at least 50 years old today.
Probably.
That's how old we are. I looked it up. 93 was the inaugural issue.
Okay, yeah.
She had to be at least 18 in 93 to make barely legal.
She's 50 now. Yeah.
She's 50 or 51 or 52 or whatever that is. But the barely legal model is 50.
Okay.
That's how old we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what your barely legal bit is. I didn't see
I
it.
mean,
You don't have to do
I'm
it. But
still
it's
doing it. I'm
it's
still
just-
doing it on stage. and
It's
stuff.
just interesting.
Yeah, it's just the hairline. We're right a hair under hairless. Just right there. I don't know what her. That's a weird, confusing thing she was saying. I'm not sure the difference. I mean, that's not. He wasn't into barely legal.
Yes.
He was into underage people.
Illegal.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know anybody in the story. It's interesting that she looks younger than she used to, Megyn Kelly, while she's saying that. Like she's actually getting younger. Oh, there's what the magazine was like. Yeah.
Yes, the first fresh, sweet, and sexy women who were girls just yesterday.
Oh God.
She's 18,
Yeah.
and we know what she likes. Oh my God!
And we know what she
Co-ed
likes,
confession. I wet my panties.
Yeah. I also like that this is the premiere issue, and that's the first one, huh?
Yep,
Wow.
that woman's a housefrau somewhere
Yeah.
in one of the Carolinas right now.
I guess.
The other thing, it's also crazy. You look back on this stuff, and it makes you look back on like some of the stuff from the 30s and the 40s. Like,
Yeah.
oh, there's a sculpture of a black man eating watermelon, and I put it out front of my barber shop, and it's like, you can't do that. Oh, well, that's what we
Yeah.
did.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
you look back at some of the World War II art, how we depicted the Japanese
Yes.
or the Germans,
Yeah.
how the Germans depicted the Jews. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You go,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
But you don't have to go back that far.
No, it's true.
Or you can go back to the 90s.
No, that's right. Things were very different.
Oh, my God.
I was watching The Sopranos, and I was like, you couldn't do a second of this show now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the 90s. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
A lot of things change quicker now.
Is it are we evolving or devolving?
I
Like,
think
what is it?
I mean, we're kind of going in circles,
Right.
because you had like Archie Bunker, right?
Sure.
1970 something. Yeah.
One,
And-
2, 3, like really early 70s.
Early 70s, and around that time we were going to the moon also, and we're neither, but those are both things that are left in the, you know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
like peaks that were hit that you
Yeah.
can't, that we somehow have gotten so far away, like we didn't develop from there.
I think where we lost, here's where I feel like we lost our way content-wise. I watched All in the Family religiously. I watched with my progressive kind of hippie mom who obviously was against everything Archie Bunker had to say.
Yeah.
Now, back then, me as a very young person and my progressive hippie mom, 71 to 79, understood that Archie Bunker was like the villain in a superhero movie.
Yeah.
And you go, you make a superhero movie and you'd go, oh, who's the villain? Oh, no villains. And you'd go, well, we need a villain. Oh, no, we don't like that. Like, that upsets people. It's like, I know, but we need a story. The hero's got to push back against the villain. So we watched and we knew who he was.
Yeah.
And then he would get his comeuppance at the end, always. Sammy Davis Jr. would plant one on his lips
Sure.
or Meathead would foil him or something like that.
Yeah.
And that was the show. We understood. And then we evolved into some sort of place where it's like, well, he called his neighbor a Negro or a Jew or something.
Yeah.
And you'd go, yeah, because he's the dumb guy. He's
Right.
the racist guy. He's the guy who works on the docks, who represents, and they go, no, but we can't have that.
Right.
And I go, no, we're not endorsing him. We're holding him out as a guy. It's like they would go on TV. They go, you can't smoke on TV. I'd go,
Right.
well, she's a French whore. Can't she smoke? No smoking. I go, are we saying there's no such thing as cigarettes or
Right.
nobody smokes? She's going to smoke and then we're going to make fun of her.
Yeah.
No, but
Yeah.
we're not doing smoking.
Right.
I'm like, well, that's not an endorsement of smoking.
Yeah.
That's what we evolved or devolved. Homes.com. Some might say Homes.com is the best home shopping site.
Bring you comfort for life. The American code, Adam.
Well, I think it goes deeper than that because Archie wasn't just a villain. He wasn't a total villain. He was sympathetic as a person. 'Cause
Yeah.
You watched him.
Yeah.
He worked hard, and he was a husband. He loved his kid, and And he was passionate about life, and he had a way of looking at life that a lot of people disagreed with, that I disagreed with, but he was basically a good guy. He wasn't a bad, the thing is that now, like, like the pre-code movies before
he was
Hays
nuanced.
Yes, he was nuanced. He was both things. So you struggled. You had to hear a guy be racist, and you couldn't hate him because you saw how he functioned as a human being, and also he was funny, like the show was funny. So, I mean, that's where comedy brings that together. Comedy lets people think two things at the same time because they're laughing.
Right.
It's like a way to get over the uncomfortability of that. But that's it. You can be racist in a movie now. You just have to be a villain. You can't be a protagonist who has those feelings. And also Meathead, who was like the good guy, if you look at it like Archie's the villain, was stupid. Like, he was annoying. He was, he was full of himself. He was self-righteous.
Well,
you didn't have to love him either, even if you agreed with what he had to say. So
I mean, I'm not saying he was a superhero villain, but what I'm saying is he said things that were real and sensitive.
Yeah.
And today's TV executive would say you can't have that on TV. I would say, well, you should, and then you should address it, and then you should sort of deal with it. But you saying it doesn't exist, that's stupid. That's stupid.
But also what's not good is making a cartoon racist and saying this is the only kind of person who says this kind of thing.
Right.
There is a episode of, it's like it became a trope in television of All in the Family, where they got stuck in a meat locker or whatever. Like, they got stuck in the basement. Archie and Meathead got stuck together, so they had to like communicate.
Right.
And Meathead said to Archie, I don't remember the guy's name. He said, why are you like this? Like, why do you hate so much?
Rob Reiner.
Yeah, I mean, the actor, but I don't remember his...
Michael Stivic.
Michael. So Michael says to Archie, why do you hate people? Like, why do you hate black people? And Archie said, well, I was raised by my dad. My dad was a wonderful guy. He worked hard. Life was really hard for him, and he taught me the way the world works. Why would he lie to me? Why would you tell me my father would lie to me? And it stops Meathead. And he goes, wow. It's just that gets at why people think the way they do. In his case, I think that's the most valuable thing. You know what I mean? It's better than pretending it's not there. And it's also better than pretending it's that everyone who thinks one thing is only terrible as people.
Yeah. So
it all comes from somewhere, fear or love, or it's never just one thing. Hate is not one thing,
So I was told that you made a feature film that has not been released. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What is the story?
I made a movie called I Love You, Daddy, which I made independently. And it was supposed to premiere the day the story came out about me that put me out of the business. So I bought the rights back, and it's mine. I own it, so I can put it out when I want to. But I'm just waiting. I might not.
Did you?
Right
you
now,
wrote
I
it?
want to. Wrote it and directed it. Yeah.
Are you in it?
I am. Yeah.
And are you starring in it? Mm-hmm. And who else is in it?
John Malkovich, Edie Falco. Chloe Grace Moritz,
so you got a
Rose
good
Byrne.
Cast,
yeah,
and it was a decent budget.
I paid for it myself. It was $5 million. I just made it with my own money. That's what I was doing back then. Because I had made this show called Horace and Pete, and I released it on my website, and I paid for that one. Had Alan Alda and Jessica Lange and Steve Buscemi, and Edie Falco, and I released that on my website, and I paid for it myself, and I made a good profit on it. So I was just going to repeat that.
So the model for you of being sort of pushed out of Hollywood and going your own way, turned out to be a good thing, big picture?
I think so, because I've gotten to do what I want. I don't answer to anybody, and my fans get it directly, and they like that.
Right.
I have a good relationship with my fans all over the world. I have a big email list, and I just tell them, here's another thing. And they like the terms that they get to work from me, because they get a lot of this stuff you get. You can download it and keep it, and I don't know, it's just a little cheaper than some. I mean, although I don't do a subscription thing, But anyway, I think the last few years have been hard for anybody in show business, and in terms of like the rules of play and what you can and can't say. But I just, it's got nothing to do with me. And also because you can only get my work on my website. Although that's just for now. Someday I'd like to work for other platforms, because then people might see me that don't know who I am. It's kind of a closed circuit system, but it's worked really well.
Yeah,
sure.
so like doing a special, shooting it, paying for it yourself, and then releasing it yourself.
Yeah, it does good. It does good, and they can only get it from me. So if you're my fan, come to me.
X amount per download?
Yeah. Well, no, it's one. You pay once, and you get to download it a few times, but you can stream it for like years. You can access it as a stream for like 5 years, and you can download it. I don't remember how many times. I think 5 or something.
Yeah, so you can work outside the system, but you have to be good.
That's it, yeah.
And I really, I don't know why I became sort of interested in this subject, but I was talking to Greg Gutfeld about it a couple of years ago, and I kind of realized that the people who were good were able just to wander off of the farm or the plantation or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But you have to be good, and you don't have to. It's like, let's say Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
You probably don't agree with Tucker Carlson, but
usually.
He's good
at
what he does.
Yes.
And so he can leave.
Yes.
And he can go be rich outside of Fox or wherever else and just go be rich.
That's right.
And there's a lot of these people out there where they really, but the caveat is you got to be good.
That's it.
And Tucker Carlson doesn't have to be a great stand-up comedian, and Louis C.K. doesn't have to be a great commentator. You just have to be good at comedy. He's got to be good at commentary. And again, he doesn't have to be right.
No.
And he doesn't have to be anything other than good. And he's got to drift off, and then you can do it.
It's a big world, and there's a lot of kinds of people. And this thing that people start to say, it's why I don't get interested in it when people say everyone's mad, that kind of thing. They always use this everyone.
Right.
It's really not that many people.
Right.
It's not everyone. It's not even most people. Right. It's not even a lot of people. They're not even themselves. Like, it's a weird people talking in their sleep.
Most people don't even know.
They don't know anything about
events
any of it.
to people. They just go, I don't know.
They don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You go, who's the vice president? They
That's
go,
right.
I don't know.
So if you're rejected by a certain facet of society, there's other people. And you have a right to seek support elsewhere. And if other people have a right to hear you, if you have a way to do that, that's great. Some people don't. I mean, the thing about stand-up is it's got a pretty deep bench system, So I was able to go back to work in comedy clubs. Comedy clubs are just like, if you can sell out a comedy club, they will hire you. They're not accountable to the greater culture. They're just in Dayton, Ohio's comedy fans.
Yeah, comedy clubs are sort of very brass tacks. They're like, we will give you 80-90% of the door.
Yep. And that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Still.
We sell food and we sell drinks, and we're going to be the world's worst, most expensive restaurant if you can fill this restaurant for us twice a night, and once on Thursday and once on Sunday.
Exactly.
And it's a very, there's no third party involved. There's nobody talking economic theory. There's no anything. It's just you put these fannies in these seats, we'll give you most everything they paid to come in here.
That's it.
And then you can walk out with a bundle of cash.
A lot, yeah.
And they can be completely happy.
That's right.
And want you back 9 months later because you filled their restaurant. And people can go, you made $47,000 for 1 week. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about the guy who runs the restaurant, or the cook, or the chef, or the guy's bussing the table? So I go, they're all happy.
Yeah,
everyone's happy.
Well, you carry economy with you,
Right.
Everybody's flush. Everybody's getting there's more tips. There's more.
There's and they go, but do you really need to get paid more than a school teacher makes in a year? And it's like, yes, according to the club, I do.
That's right.
And everyone's happy. And
that's right.
And we can do this.
Yeah.
And there's nothing Judd Apatow or Hollywood or anything. They can't get in between this relationship. And the club owner wants a filled restaurant.
That's right.
And if you're going to fill that restaurant, he's not that interested in taking a deep dive into what people are saying about you on the internet.
Especially when it's extremely rare to just be able to deliver a decent headlining set in a comedy club. That's like, there's only ever a few people who can even just do the basic job. I mean, let alone filling the place up.
Of an hour's worth of good comedy.
an hour of like solid good comedy. And that's why you have the demand usually. But it's also, I love clubs because that's where great comedy really comes from. And there's before you get to fill in the seats, they depend on you because you can really make their customers happy and keep them coming.
Yeah.
Like the early stages of headlining where you're getting like $3,000 or $2,500 for a whole week of work, and you don't get paid. You don't get any of the gate. You're just getting a salary.
Right.
But you're good. You're strong, and the people leave happy.
Right.
That's it. It is such a basic. I remember there was a guy in Milwaukee. It was the Comedy Cafe, and it was run by a guy named JD. He was a Samoan. He was a huge guy. And he is the kind of guy who would put a gun on the desk when he was paying you. Like he'd take a gun out and just put it there. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen, but he puts a gun. But anyway, he was a real tough guy. And I wasn't famous then. I was headlining, but I was sitting by the door because I liked watching the audience before they knew who I was. I liked looking at the audience.
You could stand there, they didn't recognize
They didn't recognize me.
Right.
So these people there was a nice group of like 8 older people, and he was looking at them, and he walked up and he said, "Hey, folks, what made you come in tonight?" And they said, "Well, we saw Jeff Dunham here. And so we had a good time." And he said, "Do you know this guy, Louis? Do you know who he is?" And they go, No, we never heard of him. And he goes, "Yeah, it's a tough act. It's a tough act." And they're like, "Oh." And he goes, "Listen, I don't want you to have a bad time." And he said, "I'm going to send you to a steakhouse that my partner owns.
Really?
Give you free steaks, and you come here another night." He was turning people away because he knew if they saw me, they'd never come back.
Especially if Jeff Dunham
if that was their draw.
sensibility. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That's how the best comedy clubs are like that. Like they prune their audience. They don't just grow them. Yeah.
That's why no one's in the club when I perform. Goddamn owner shooing everyone away. Because Dunham was there 4 years earlier.
Yeah.
Finally, an answer.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Now you know.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great. I don't know. There's something very old about that relationship.
Yeah.
It's almost a bartering kind of pelts for beads or something. It's like I do this.
That's right.
Then you do that.
Yeah.
And it's like they come into the green room and they go, "Are you hungry?
Yes.
Would you like something to drink?
Yeah.
What else do you need?"
Yeah.
So that you can feel good about this, so that you can come back because you put these people in these seats.
Yeah, you're looking right at the people, and they're eating nachos and they're laughing, and I love that. I this tour I'm on now started mostly in clubs for like a few months because I wanted to really because I took a year and a half off, and I wanted to get really, get the fastball back. I missed the clubs because I'm in theaters now. I was at the Dolby last night. It's 3,300 people, and it's fun to work a big crowd. But stand up in a comedy club, it's really where it belongs. Like in the end, it's really the best form of it for me.
No, I get it. I think the diversity is kind of fun. Like when people say, not in the crowd, I play to an all-white crowd, but what I'm saying is it's like people go, "Well, you like Mexican food or you like Thai food?" And I was like, well, what did I eat last? You know what I mean? Because if I had Thai food 2 nights in a row, I'm dying for some Mexican, and then we'll go the other way.
Sure.
And I played a lot of theaters and played a lot of like clubby clubs, and I was in Santa Barbara the other night, just 3rd floor, like folding chairs. The stage was the size of a piece of plywood. Like it's kind of rickety. You could feel it moving and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was kind of fun, and the bar was hopping, and people were kind of packed in, and it was like, a little dicey, but cool, but fun.
Yeah.
And then the next night, I was at this like amphitheater,
right?
And it was wide open, and people brought blankets and stuff, and we're sitting on benches, and it was and there's like a lake behind me and stuff, and I was like, which one's better. And then I
That's true.
realized it's both. It's
I agree with
It's
that.
going from this to that, and then back to this. If you were stuck in that club the whole time, you'd lose it at a certain
No,
point.
I
But you don't
agree
want to
with
be in the
that.
amphitheater either. You want. It's fun going from the low
Yes.
ceiling, little smoky,
Right.
whatever, to the big theater with the big balcony.
For
and,
sure. That's a deep spectrum too, because like on this tour I was in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It was the ballroom of a Holiday Inn, and it was up against the freeway was touching the building, like literally, and there was a huge water stain behind the stage. Just they had terrible, and you could smell water damage.
Yeah, like mildew.
Yeah, and like you said, the stage had been put there that day.
Yeah.
And it was a shit show. But
Right.
the crowd, the people just came from people from Scranton. You could, when you see couples, you're like, they haven't been out together in a long time. Like the way
Right.
they're dressed.
Yeah.
They've been at home like every night for maybe a few years.
Right.
And when you see those people in a place like that having a good time, it feels great.
I agree.
So there's that, and then there's like the Columbus Funny Bone places that are like really well run. Omaha's Funny Bone clubs that are just they're so well greased and well set up.
Yes.
and that's good.
Yeah.
And yes, some theaters are. There's some theaters. The Beacon in New York. I love. It's one of my favorite places to do stand up by far. There's a lot of places that are great. Yeah.
For me, it's when you go to the Moore Theater in Seattle and you go, oh,
Yeah.
that's where Eddie Vedder was hanging off the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
kinda
from
cool.
that. Where was I when that?
Yeah.
I remember watching that video with my roommates.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you go to the Pabst Theater in Milwaukee and they have
Yeah.
the picture. Oh, from Spinal Tap. This
That's
is where they
right.
did the Spinal Tap thing, and then. That's like another layer of cool because you think, where the fuck was I
at
when
the
those things were
Ryman
coming out?
the Ryman in Nashville, Harry Houdini played.
Oh, right.
He's standing on the same spot as Harry Houdini. That's really something.
Yeah, and stained glass and
Yeah.
pews and yeah. And
Yeah.
so like there's the Ryman, and then there's this little Soul Joel's,
Absolutely.
and like these
Yeah.
little
Yeah,
places,
yeah.
and you're like, which is better? And the answer is all of them.
Yes.
Right.
No, it's true. It's true. I remember playing Soul Joel's during the pandemic. They had outdoor shows.
Oh,
And
right.
they were by the train tracks.
Yeah.
So you'd be on stage and a huge freight train would just come like right behind you. Just, and people with blankets and they brought
Yeah.
liquor. It was great. Yeah.
So the process. So I'm always interested. Like, do you sit down and write every day? Then there's the write on stage people. I don't really have much of a process other than shit. I see something, I go, what's that? And then I write it down.
Yeah.
But what do you
Do you
do?
write
How
it
do you
out?
work
Do
it?
you write your joke out? Like
No.
No. Yeah.
No, I always feel like you should feel the joke.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna sound pie in the sky. What I'm saying is like I don't like if someone writes out a script and then they hand it to you and they go,
Yeah.
you play a cop on the edge, and you go, which one am I? Am I Frank or Steve? Like, oh, okay. But it has nothing to do with me. But
No.
like I think like a good joke that's your joke,
Yeah.
like you know it.
Yes.
That it's yours. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's your idea.
That's
you don't
right.
and beats are great,
Yeah.
but why do you need to give yourself the dialogue? I mean, it'd be like me saying, ask me why my ex-wife was such a bitch, and me going, I don't know, where's the script? Like I go, sit down, here it comes. And buckle up.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't take it's in me.
That's right. That's a good
That's
way
the
to
way
put
I
it.
sort of
Yeah, it's also a spoken word thing.
and it's supposed to be conversational. It's
That's
not
it, yeah.
supposed to be
I've never written jokes.
like for writing them out.
I've never spent time writing
Right.
stand up.
You have this idea.
I have it. I'm walking around in my life
Right.
and I have a thought or I'm in a conversation with somebody and I just learned to recognize there's a bit in this.
Right.
If there's a thought I've been having for a long time that's not funny, but I have it a lot, I usually recognize I should bring that. I should just try that. And then I bring it to the stage and I go and I just open up. I just say, here's this idea. And then I see what happens. And the first few times, sometimes gets nothing. It gets silence. But I just have an instinct this is worth, and the show will be okay because I'm going to do something
Bookend it
right
with
after.
other good stuff.
Yeah,
right.
but I just try stuff and see what happens if I say it. But I have to be in front of a crowd to really understand what's funny about it, because they're the instrument. It's
Right.
The audience is like your horn. You know, it's like if you play trumpet, that's your trumpet is the audience. So it's like trying to think about trumpet playing doesn't really,
Right.
you know, planning it ahead of time doesn't mean anything. You got to put your lips on it. And you got to blow. You got to get into it.
I was just talking to someone about this yesterday, right? I went, this is an idea, and I've had this idea for a million years, but I've never gotten it to the pavement. I never got it to the rear wheels. It's always just idling up front. I'm not turning. I'm not getting. It's one thing to have a 500 horsepower engine, but at some point you got to turn.
Get in gear.
You got to get to the wheels. You know what I mean? And I've just always sort of had this thing, and there are a lot of those ideas where you go, I really like this idea, and I think it's funny, and I think there's a lot here, but I don't know really what the start of it is.
Right.
And I don't want to really just go out there and just kind of throw up on the audience. Or I just go, man, anyone who's married? Come on. Like I feel like I want to start with something more, but I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Like there's some jokes.
Yeah.
They're just like jokes. It's just like a little joke right there.
Yeah. There's many different, like there are bits that I just think of fully formed. I just go, boom. I was with a friend of mine, and I said, because we were in the woods somewhere, out in the country, and I looked at my phone and I said, I only have one bar, and it's a gay bar.
Right.
So I was like, done.
Right,
done. And with a joke like that, I just say, first time I do it, I just say it on stage. I was in the country. I had my phone only had one bar, and it was a gay bar. But now that's inside of a whole bit about nature and about city and country. And so I tend to come up with little jokes, but they find their way into stories, or they find their way into bigger themes.
Right.
And then they work better because you're not you're not saying my phone had one bar and it's a gay bar. Hey, you just throw it away, and it's a gay bar. But anyway, you know what I mean? Like there's all these little things that were just jokes on their own. You stick them into bigger things, and they feel like they were just thoughts on the fly.
Yeah,
but they were like their own thing. But then the other stuff that's more about like researching an area that I really have to just try. And most of the bits I've done that have become like big bits, like that people have loved, or that have been really successful, or that kill every night, a lot of them started with silence. A lot of them started with uncomfortable, with people not wanting to hear it. And if I just keep trying it and I don't mind if I'm uncomfortable with an audience. I don't mind if they're uncomfortable. Like, I don't mind that feeling. I actually think there's potential in it. When you make them uncomfortable, there's a bunch of new places you can go from that feeling. So I don't mind it, and that gives me the power to try stuff again and again.
But you probably didn't feel that way 25 or 30 years ago, right?
Fuck no. It took me a long time to get to that.
Right.
I mean, I'm completely there now. Like, I really do. I find it equally interesting if I say something and they're like, all right. We just found something. It's interesting.
Yeah.
As long as I get them to something. The idea is get them to something they like. I only fuck around like this without knowing where I'm going when I'm at like the Comedy Cellar and I'm doing 20 minutes. It's not my name on the. I didn't bring the people in they didn't pay to see me. If you didn't pay to see me and I'm at a showcase club like the Comedy Cellar, I'll do whatever I want. I'll just try stuff. Like half the set won't work,
right?
Because they'll see other comedians and I'll make them laugh during the set.
Right.
But by the time I get to a club, I've got at least somewhat worked out.
By the time you're headlining.
I'm the headliner. You paid because you wanted to see me.
Yes.
Then now I'm responsible. So the show, I'll still push out the edges a little. But yeah, writing, I don't devote time to it.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. What? This is the mindset.
That's the actual work.
This is SpongeBob Pluto TV.
I don't. The thing I do when I'm getting ready for it, when I'm starting to build a show, I listen to old shows. That's the process. That's the actual work. Is I tape every show I do, and I listen to it and take notes about innovations, like because I'll forget. I'll go, you change this, and then I'll start to see how things come together. So it's a debriefing kind of thing.
Do you have a sort of set list like a band would have if you're going out there for an hour?
Only in the early parts of the set. I actually, I play with the order for a long time. But after a while, once I know the bits really well, I change. Like last night's show was completely different in some ways than the night before in terms of the order.
And how much... I don't know if you think this way. I think this way on stage all the time. I go, well, here's one they're going to like, but I'm kind of bored.
Absolutely.
And then there's this other one that I don't fully have worked out, but it's more interesting to me. This is all in a 2-second span while I'm taking a sip of water.
Yes.
And then I go, but they paid.
Yes.
Shouldn't you give them the one they're going to like more than the one you're fucking around with, but you're bored with the one they're going to like because they're going to like it because you've done it a bunch and you got it down. So where do we land here?
Well, some bits are definitely for them because I get really sick of them.
Right.
And it's my job. And they weren't there the night before. They didn't,
Right.
So, I just stick it out, make those bits, do them like I love them.
Right.
And that's actually an important part of doing it right is remembering this audience is it's their first, they have, you know what I mean? To them, it's the first show you ever did.
Sure.
And you got to give it to them that good. And that's kind of like acting. But there's a vibe you get from doing something that they don't love for me, my audience likes it. So if I do something that's kind of fucked up or just like not like a broken bit, and then I look at him and I go, I don't know, I liked it, There's always a bunch of people that laugh. It's a different sound that laugh. Like you don't give a shit, do you? They like to know that I'm doing some of it for me, that I'm doing some of it,
You can, by the way, if you just go, look, here's a joke no one wants me to do, and they'll all want to start yelling, do it. You can do it.
Yeah.
You can, I did it last night, a show, which is, I have a bit that Jay Moore said never to do on stage. And then I just go, look, here's this bit that Jay Moore says to never do on stage. He made me promise I would never do this on stage. And everyone goes, do it! Do it! And now it's us against Jay Moore.
Yeah.
And now they're sort of in. It's a little... It's a little cheap, but it definitely works.
It works. Yeah. I mean, I think it's like when you know somebody who's in a bad marriage and they tell you all the shit that they're suffering about, and you ask them, well, have you said it? Have you told her this? And it's like, never. I could never do that.
Right.
Everybody I've known that's in a struggling marriage, the thing that you think, if I say this, it's over, you should say it right away.
Right.
You need to say it. Because
it'll fester.
Yeah, also it's the truth of your marriage.
Yeah.
It's the thing you cannot say is the first thing, it's the only thing you should be saying. Everything else is useless. So that I have that experience with the audience. If there's something where I'm like, this is the last thing I should be saying to these people.
Right.
It's, to me, that's the first thing. Because there's not just because I'm a bad guy or something, because no, there's something that they need to hear this. There's something here that's going to settle, If you're in a marriage and you're not saying something and that's why it's staying together, you got to say it because you shouldn't be together. Also, you might find out that it might fix it. It might fix it.
Your candor isn't always applauded in relationships.
No, not always. Applauded is one thing, but like, reality, I prefer reality to anything else.
Is it tough with relationships, like when you're wired that way?
I mean, sometimes, but some relationships are based on a falsehood, and you just kind of ride the bull for as long as you can, and then it falls apart. Right?
Yeah.
I just don't want to do that anymore.
Well,
so to me, it's like just say how you feel. And, and if they accept it, then you should be together, and if they don't, then you shouldn't. Or maybe there's something in between, but talk about it.
Well, all right. So you can counsel me.
Okay.
I told my ex-wife once, I just go, I told her she was a low character person. And she said, what the fuck's that mean? Like, why would you say that?
Yeah.
And I said, because I've asked you to help me do a whole bunch of stuff and you never do it. And I told you I'm now suffering because I have to do this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And a high character person would have said, I'll jump in and help out, but you don't do it, so you're a low character person. And she said, how can you say that? I said, well, because
that's how I feel.
I live with you and I watch how you act, and I've asked you for help 1,000 times. You've never helped me. But here's the good news.
Yeah.
You can be a high character person.
Right.
You just have to come in and do things while I'm on the road or whatever that thing is. It's not like it's a sentence, not a life sentence. You can be a high character person, but you can change that. But she rejected the premise.
Right.
And it turned out to be an issue.
Sure.
Now, my thing is like, it's definitely the truth.
Yeah.
But it's also cruel to say to a person. Also, it's accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a roommate and you just did all the cooking and all the cleaning and they watched TV and you paid their share of the rent and stuff, like at some point you'd say, hey, Brett, you need to get up and do some stuff around here. And if they never did, at some point, it would be within your rights to say to that person, you're a low character person because you watch me push the vacuum by your feet while you're eating the lasagna I made you, and you don't even pay for cable. Yeah. So is the truth always good?
I mean, that's a lot to unpack, but I think that everything you said to her was fair, but the characterization is that's you got to own that. Like telling somebody they're a low character person is an insult. And
it is.
But everything else you said is totally fair. You don't do this. You don't, that's, and I need this. Like, here's what would be a version that I think would be more fair.
I'm going to write this
These
down.
are the things you don't do, and here's the things, and I need those things done to want to be with somebody. So I need you to change these things, or else I want out. Because these things suck for me. This sucks for me that you don't do this. It really bothers me that you don't do this. I hate that you don't do these things. It makes me feel resentful.
If you
I think it's unfair that you don't do these things.
To keep in mind, the low character discussion came a long time after all the requests came.
Well, but did you start? There's requesting, but then there's also saying, I hate that you don't do this stuff. Did you start there? If you say, it sucks that you don't do it, you should do it. I think you should do it. I need you to do it.
I would say
I'm on my way out
it's
here.
not fair to put all this on my plate.
Totally valid.
And I'm working twice as hard as I should work, and I need your help. I would say I need your help a lot.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, everything's bets are off with marriages, because if you're with that person every day and you're sleeping with them, I don't know. Maybe it was a way of shaking her. And how did it go? You got out. Yeah. So that was the right thing to say then. That's how you started to feel. I'm starting to feel like you're just not a good person.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I don't like you anymore. That's fair.
Yeah, well,
you're not good is like an extension of like morality or opinion, but I don't like you now because of this, and I want out. Everybody gets to say that. Everybody.
I think the difference between men and women is women feel like, oh, you're calling me a bad person, and what I'm saying is no, you're just a person who doesn't do these things that I need you to do, which kind of de facto can make you bad to me, not with the kids and not with the neighbors. You know what I mean? So I think they look at a bad person as just a bad person. This is more compartmentalized.
Between you and me, this sucks.
Right.
That's fair, I think. You put it your own way because you talk the way you talk.
Yeah.
And anybody that knows you, by the way, you say that, and that's how you communicate, she gets her option. Right. I don't want to be with somebody who talks to me like that. All right, get out.
Yeah.
And you're saying, I don't want to be with somebody who won't do these things, and she goes, all right, get out. Well, everybody gets to, but you should make a fair, and honest and accurate accounting of who you are and what you need and don't need. And sometimes those can be negotiated. You can go like, well, I hate that. Well, I'm going to not stop doing it, so leave. Well, I don't want you to leave, so let's talk about maybe there's an in-between.
So you're not married, right?
I'm not. No, I was married once.
Is that enough?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I have a girlfriend now, and I'm happy.
And that's good.
Time. Yeah, it's good.
Been together for a while?
Since the spring.
Does she understand sort of your foibles?
Yeah, I think she loves them.
Picadillos. I mean, just sort of who you are. You know what I mean? Because it's not, for everyone.
No, of course
for
not.
every woman.
Nobody. Thank God, nobody's for everybody. No, we hit it off. We're good. We had similar lives, and we're.
She does comedy.
No. I don't mean that way. I mean we're the same age, and we've been through similar things, and we hit it. We get along great. Yeah.
But that's part of the getting the older part that we talked about at the beginning of the show, where you just can kind of relax a little bit.
That's the thing. You start, because I think people are results oriented. Like, I need to get married, or like I need to stay in this marriage. Like, I was in a relationship once where we went to a counselor, and she said, to be clear, my job is not to keep you together. That's not my job.
Right.
My job is to have you understand each other so you can make a good and healthy decision about what you should be doing, whether you should be together or not. Or you could find good terms to get along. But I'm not trying to keep the couple going.
Right.
And my girlfriend at the time was like, I'm out of this.
Really?
She wouldn't do it because she wanted to keep the relationship. And that's not a healthy thing.
Right.
It should be like, it's like a job interview. You're trying to get a job, but really you should just say, here's who I am. And then you'll find out if you belong there. You find out, because if you get a job based on convincing them, you're going to be stuck in a place you hate. And you're going to have to be hiding who you really are all the time. So relationships are like that too. You can win somebody over, but now you're stuck doing whatever you won them over for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you end up being like Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette, in the alley next to the house, and J-Lo's in there doing Pilates, and you're just like nipping off a flask and smoking a cigarette by the dog run, because she doesn't want to. You don't want her to know who you are.
That's right. But if you're single and you're smoking a cigarette in an alley, and you meet another girl having a cigarette, or that just likes guys like that, then you're good.
Go to the alley.
Meet someone there.
Find your soulmate in the alley.
That's it.
So, the movie.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by this. It's so I made a few features, and it's hard to do. It's a lot of work.
I made one after that. I made one with my friend Joe List called 4th of July. And
Joe List. Oh, that's right. Sure.
Yeah, it's on my website.
Yeah, Joe's a cool guy.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to him about this, maybe Legion of Skanks I was doing in New York.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a lot going up into the movie. There's a lot in writing the script. It's a crazy, improbable, everything's got to come together.
That's right. Very hard.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
And it's the most work you'll do in a month, when you shoot.
Yeah.
And now it's all, and then editing its own thing, and music and clearance and scoring and blah, 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 color correction, sound correction, so much, and it's there. Why not put it out there?
Someday, maybe. I'm in no hurry. And I'm enjoying, right now, I'm in the moment with the work I'm doing. I love the stand-up and the book. I love writing novels. I didn't know I would love that as much.
Yeah.
But the thing you get from a movie of like making something really vivid that people see, I get the same thing from writing fiction. And it's like it fascinates me too, because I've only just started in terms of novels. I've written short stories my whole life.
Really?
Without doing anything with them. But,
non-comedic short stories.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes funny stuff happens, but they're not like comedy.
Right.
But writing a novel, a whole story like that feels like making a movie. And then when you're done writing it, it's like it's wrapped.
You're satiated.
Yeah, because a good book has the same power as a good movie. Like if you really love a good book, it's the same experience. And with books, you get to cast it yourself. If you're reading it, you make the people's faces yourself, and you hear your own version of the voice and stuff. It's like a weird form of telepathy or something. So I'm onto that now. I'm going to do that for a while. A little stand up and writing more novels. I'm going to try to see maybe a movie in the future. But
Ingram is the name of the book.
Yes,
it's available as we speak. It's a really interesting story, and I recommend it highly.
Thanks,
Louis C.K. Thanks for coming in, and come back anytime you like. Always
man.
Enjoy the
Thank you.
conversation.
Same.
We'll take a quick break. Rudy will come in and do the news right after this. O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly. Yeah, they keep you on the road.
It's time to check Adam's voicemail.
Hey, Adam. So if your fate was to die at the hands of an animal, what animal would you want to be killed by? All right, get it on, brother.
You can leave us a message at 888-634-1744.
I guess great white would be the fastest way to go. Bear would kind of take longer.
Yeah.
Lion would take longer.
Yeah, I saw Leonardo DiCaprio get taken out by that bear, and that was quite an endeavor for Leo to get taken out.
That fucking movie drove me nuts. Any movie that fucks with their own premise drives me nuts. He's laying there. He's going into sepsis. He's going to go into shock. It's 1814. They don't have antibacterial soap or anything.
Yeah.
He's just in the middle of the woods, and he's a load. This is Leo Load. This ain't Spry Leo. This is 210-pound full beard Leo.
Yeah,
and
lumberjack.
And they're going to have to drag his ass across the tundra. It's like, well, we got to get over this mountain range, but a storm's blowing in. Listen, if I'm out on my own, I'm probably going to die.
Sure.
If I have to drag his fat, bloated corpse up the mountain, we're both going to die. So just blink if you want me to put a bullet in your head, and then he blinks. Why does that make Tom whatever? Why does that make him the bad guy? He's the only pragmatic guy in the troop.
Yeah. By the way, if they made this movie today and they had the choice
Tom Hardy, and he blinks.
Blinks, yeah.
So movie, you fucked up your whole premise. Because you've made the guy into the heavy, except for that guy was the only practical guy in the group who went, I don't want to drag his fat ass over this hill. We're all going to die, but I'll ask him.
Yeah.
And if you want me to take you out, I'll take you out now. And he blinks. So why does that make Tom Hardy the bad guy?
Yeah. See, this is why I love going to see movies with you, because you always come from a different angle that everybody else would never go down.
You know what? I talk to tons of dumb people like, he didn't blink. Watch the tape. He blinks. And Tom goes, well, we'll put him out. Because this is 1841. He's going to die in the next 34 hours.
Sure.
And meanwhile, you've dragged his fat ass 9 miles in 3 foot of snow, and then he dies.
Let me play the role of most people I'd watch that movie with. Eyes have to blink. They have to blink at some point.
That's true.
Yes, okay, I get it. But if your life is on the line, you would figure out a way to keep your eyes open another 10 seconds. Yeah.
All right. So then it is the 1 year anniversary since I did my hotel room fireside chat about the fire.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So it got a lot of traction. I don't know why. I don't know how the internet works, what doesn't work. We were here. I was evacuated from Malibu. I was stayed at a cheap hotel in Burbank, California. The following day, we woke up. Remember, the fire did most of the destruction, or a lot of destruction, the second day when everyone was there, including the fire people and the mayor and everything, and no one fucking put the fire out. They were down on the ground eating breakfast burritos down on PCH. They weren't up in the Palisades fighting the fire. They let the Palisades burn down. But anyway, that was day number 2. So this is the morning of day number 2. Now I wake up. I can't go back to Malibu. I have no idea, by the way, what's going on in Malibu vis-a-vis my dwelling. I know a lot of people have lost their house. People are doing my least favorite thing in life. And I really mean it. It's my least favorite thing, which is you get on the phone with someone and they go, oh, your place is definitely gone. It's gone. It's gone. it's gone. And then you hang up, and then it's like, oh, man, and everyone's upset. And then 45 minutes later, well, maybe it's still there. And then you go, well, why'd you tell me it was gone? And they go, well, I don't know. It's like, oh, then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You don't know. Shut up. Why do you do that? Oh, God, chicks love doing that. And there's a lot of dudes who love doing that, too.
Yeah.
I think they're the same people. What do you think of this, Rudy, as a yardstick?
Sure.
To measure somebody?
Yes, 3 feet.
Let me measure 36 inches. Let me just say, I don't know why I just thought about this the other day, but I think there's two kinds of people. There's the people who I won't speak unless I know something. I'm not going to tell someone their house is burnt down and then an hour later go, I guess it's still there, and then go, well, why do you listen to me? I don't know why people do that. But the shit left in the toilet person, let's see if we can break this down. A close cousin to the person who goes to your car and then sees the scratch or the ding in the fender and goes, what happened here? I hate those. I hate them. I hate them. What do you mean, what happened there? Something that's happened to everyone all the time. And then you make them relive their shit. Like, well, I went to the Home Depot and I backed into the slot because I always back into the slot. And there's this guy with this gardening truck. It was like F-150. It's too close. But anyway, that guy opened his door and and he's illegal, so he didn't have any insurance. I just fuck it. You make them like relive this thing. Like it's like saying, "Hey man, what's going on? Hey, tell me a bad experience you've had at the dentist." Oh, yeah, I was getting a root canal for. Oh, it was brutal. Like why yes, there's a dent in the car. There's a dent. Everyone has one.
Yeah.
We don't need. It's not going to be an extravagant or exciting story. But how about this for the yardstick? There's two kinds of people. Husbands, wives, girlfriends, lovers, roommates.
Males,
females. The once in a blue moon, there's a shit in the toilet. And there's a shit in the toilet when you walk up, come back from work, come back from out of town, but there's a shit in the toilet. And what happened with the shit in the toilet? Well, what happened with the shit in the toilet is the person flushed the toilet and walked away, and then one popped back. We got a bobber, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right. Or something else happened in that they were on the commode and, I don't know, the teapot started whistling or something. So they wiped their ass and they hustled out of the room. It's usually some plumbing related something where you flushed, but the toilet gurgled, but you walked out and turned the TV on.
Yeah.
And then you went to bed. And then the next day, whoever comes home and then there's a shit in the toilet. Who are the people that feel deputized and feel that it's necessary to find the other person in a house and explain that they found a shit in the toilet?
Yeah.
Because my world is, I'll flush the toilet and get on with my life. I don't need to go wake them up.
Sure.
And go, hey, did you know? No, they didn't know. And yes, shit happens. But what is that impulse to go find the person?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's humans at their worst. Go find this person and tell them what they did. Why? Obviously, it's a mistake. 80% plumbing related. Something, you flushed it, some went down, one popped up, but you're already walking out of the room by then. Who are the people who have to alert the people there was shit in the toilet?
Yeah, I also noticed that people leave the shit in the toilet because they get sort of hypnotized by their phones that they're staring at as they sit, and then they forget about it. But we had a moment like that recently where I was at a Christmas party and walked into the bathroom to take a leak, and then noticed that somebody had left a present in the toilet. And then I looked over and I saw my buddy's friend, his phone sitting. I was like, okay, I know what happened here. He got up, didn't think about it because he was staring at his phone. I walked quietly into the room where everybody was, and I go, hey, by the way, dude, next time, flush.
All right. Here's my point. If it's a frequent occurrence, that's a thing. If it's once every 4 years, you don't have to seek out the person and wake them up or call them when they're in the middle of a meeting, explain there's a shit in the toilet.
Yeah.
All right. So,
but the reason why I bring it up is because he goes, well, I didn't do that. I go, no, you did. And he goes, how do you know? And then I pulled his phone out of my pocket and I went, because this was sitting right next to the toilet. And he went, sorry about that. I was like, that's why I said it quiet. We didn't need to call you out.
Smoking gun. And I love the denial.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm in the hotel room because it's the following morning. It's probably 9 in the morning. The fire rages all night, and then we're going in for day 2 of the fire. I cannot return to Malibu. I cannot do a podcast from this studio because the power is out. In 2025 and, now 2026, last time I came here to do something, it had rained. And so the power's out. It's Los Angeles. It's 2026. Winds kick up. Rains happen. Does the power need to go out when it rains? I get it if it's revenant times, whatever. But this is modern times. Can you get your fucking infrastructure together to the point where when the wind blows or the rain shuts in, my power doesn't shut off at my studio where I do my broadcast? So I was sitting in my hotel room and I had talked to a couple of my guys. The power's out, can't go in, can't do a podcast. We were very close to just sort of saying, well, run a best of, throw in the towel. Look, my condo's probably gone. The power's out. Maybe we don't owe everyone a podcast this morning. I've been evacuated. I think I can take this morning off. But at the last moment, I thought, you know what? Let's just give a little State of the Union and catch everyone up and let them know what's happening. So we sort of scrambled to grab a microphone and an a camera on a phone and move a few pieces of furniture, move the table, put the chair here. And I just sat there and delivered my chat. And this is while the fires are still going on, basically the following morning after they started. And I got about 3 or 4 minutes here. I'll play it, but we'll see how many of my predictions came true. Here's what's going to happen. The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world or in the United States. They are a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these pussies are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsom. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Now you want to know what's going on. What's going on around here? You didn't give a shit about what was going on when other people's houses were on fire, but now you care. So here's what's going to happen. All these people who were deep blue Democrats are now going to have to pull a permit to rebuild. And they're going to get the 28-year-old bitch from the Coastal Commission telling them to go fuck off. And then they're going to vote for Trump or whoever's Trumpian next. You see, they're going to get turned. They're going to get turned hard because, as I've always said, live in the rent control apartment in Santa Monica, fine, good. We know how you vote. Go deal with the city. Try to pull a permit. These are going to be thousands of homes, super wealthy people, and these people don't want to live in Van Nuys. They like it where they are. They love Malibu. They love the Palisades. They love Santa Monica. There's going to be a whole bunch of rich people, and they're going to go, I'm rebuilding, and I want to rebuild as fast as I can. And between the part where they go in to the Planning Commission and plan check and initially and try to pull a permit to the time the first load of lumber, the first load of 2x4s is dropped off on their lot where their house formerly stood, it's going to be 3 years. And 1,000 permits and 1,000 arguments and 1,000 discussions with the Coastal Commission, not to mention little tidbits that they didn't think about, like Carson Daly. You want a swimming pool? Yep. Got to be double hulled. Really? Yeah. Well, why? Well, what if water leaches out and gets into the groundwater table? Carson Daly had to build a swimming pool like a modern day oil tanker. Had to be like a double hulled. That's all right. It'll just cost $500,000 for a swimming pool. Like that. They're going to be, when they start getting the regulation, they're going to go nuts. And when they start running into the bureaucracy and the red tape, they're going to start going nuts, and they're going to vote for Rick Caruso next time because they want to get. That's all Trump says is we're going to pull back the regulations. We're going to free people up. They're going to find out. They're going to get bit by their own snake. They're going to convert. I am telling you, these are the bluest people on the planet, and they're going to be fucking ripshit pissed when the city and the Coastal Commission tell them to fuck off. And by the way, I don't think the Coastal Commission is going to okay anyone rebuilding any of their houses on the coast because they say they're in the business of protecting the coast. They're in the business of getting you to leave. They will get their wish, which is no buildings. And they're going to make it hard for everyone. And then we're going to have to restructure the whole thing because we can't have 9 angry lesbians controlling everything that goes on in Malibu, the Palisades, and Santa Monica. Now, it's a year ago, 0 building in Malibu. Mm-hmm. There's 0 construction in Malibu. You can drive up and down the coast all you want. You're not going to see one load of lumber.
Yeah, I just watched CBS Sunday Morning this past week, and they had a bit on the Palisades in Malibu, and they did a drone shot, and over it they were talking to the woman whose house is being built, and it looks, if you do a side-by-side from the day after.
The house is being built in the Palisades.
In the Palisades, yes,
not
Palisades,
Malibu.
not Malibu, no. But if you do a side-by-side, you can it almost looks identical. That nothing has been done. The one house is being built where she was at, but other than that, and the other thing she said was, I know that this is going to happen again.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. All right. So no one's got a permit. Everyone, I told you, no one's getting a permit.
Yeah.
They're not in the permit department. They're business.
The only thing that's different now, though, is that 28-year-old is now 29 and even bitchier.
That's right. She put on a few pounds, and she's angrier. All right. Yes. Picture Lena Dunham. Sisu, if you're like me, you're a sucker for a good action movie. And these days, with Hollywood so bloated, lazy, and self-important, when something actually works, well, it really stands out, and that's why I was so excited to watch Sisu, Road to Revenge. Oh, man. Screen Rant called it the finished John Wick, and that is dead nuts on. It's a high-octane revenge story about a man who goes after the people responsible for killing his family. It's fun. It's brutal. Doesn't waste your time with lectures you didn't ask for. If you're looking for a straight-ahead action movie that actually delivers, this one's worth your time. You will thank me. Sisu, Road to Revenge. You've seen the spots. I mean, the thing is amazing. It's available now on Prime Video, Apple TV, and Fandango. Sisu, Road to Revenge. Get it now on digital, rated R. You got some news there, Rudy?
Yeah, so this has been making the rounds this morning. An Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent fatally shot a woman in a vehicle during operations in Minneapolis on Wednesday, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The victim was a U.S. citizen who was an observer and was watching out for our immigrant neighbors, quote unquote. Minneapolis City Council member Jason Chavez told ABC News the woman was allegedly, quote, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers when an ICE officer fatally shot her, according to DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. Now, I got a friend of mine, Chris Eggert from Channel 5 News. He sent me this video of the shooting. Mm-hmm. If you guys want to go ahead and play this.
Yeah. We'll play it. Hold on. Oh, you know it's going to be fun? All right, we'll watch the vid. It looks now, she's in the silver car, the gray car?
This one right here. So you can kind of see it behind that sort of beige SUV.
Oh, computer situation. All right, well, let me filibuster for a second while the computer straightens out. This is going to be fun. And Dawson, you got a little homework assignment.
Okay.
Let's see if we can figure out the number of Democratic politicians. Could be the mayor of Minnesota, Minneapolis. Could be anybody in the House or the Senate, right? Democrats. Let's hear the outrage of the male ICE officer blowing away the female citizen versus Officer Byrd and Ashley Babbitt at the Capitol. Because I guarantee there's going to be a slight difference. Now, both of them were male officer shoots unarmed female citizen at close-ish range. The Capitol one is not a great argument for the cop because she's unarmed and didn't really pose a direct threat to him. And so there's probably even a better argument for the SUV because maybe the SUV could have run somebody over. Fine, but let's just say they're both equal. Let's hear the insane outrage we're going to hear from the left about this shooting versus the zero, and that guy deserves a Bronze Service Star.
Yeah.
And now, look, either way, it's a uniformed guy shooting an unarmed woman from 9 feet away. Can we all just agree? It's as far as shootings go, there's a lot of nuance, but this is about as apples to apples as we're going to get, right?
Yeah.
Chick shot. Officer dude, close by.
I'll start looking, but I fear you've set me to an impossible task.
No, it won't be impossible. You'll find all of the praise put on Officer Byrd, the Capitol Policeman, and then you'll find this guy should get the electric chair.
Yeah, you'll see it because Mayor Fry already came out with a statement. We'll play that after we play this video.
All right. So, where's her car?
Right here. You see her?
Silver, SUV.
So his first vehicle comes by.
She's black?
No. She's a white woman. U.S.
No, the
citizen.
car.
Oh, the car is like a dark plum sort of color.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looked black from the first time that I had seen it, but you can tell it. So this is where it is.
Oh, that was her?
That was her. So she pulls out, and it makes an attempt to hit the officer, who then shoots. You can see that she veers off, hits the vehicle that is parked on the left-hand side of the street.
Right. Right. So she pulled out aggressively, but it's not like the guy was standing in front of the car, right?
You know, that I'm not sure. When Chris had sent this video to me, I said, did it look like she was making an attempt to hit this officer with her vehicle? And he said yes. So I don't know if there's another angle that you can see. That one's a little tougher. Maybe this one is a better one.
Mm-hmm. All right, she's in the dark car.
Yeah.
Officer guy standing there. She's got the window down. Get out of the car, right? They're telling her to get out of the car. No! She backs up. Get out of the car.
Oh, so there's a guy in front.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so she's driving at the guy. All right, sorry, bitch. You got what you got. But listen, everybody. First off, what happened to chicks? I've been screaming this from the rooftops. Women have gone fucking nuts. We weaponized women. We weaponize them. Also, there's a weird kind of a practicality that women don't grow up with because they don't have rough and tumble play, which is there's that funny footage we played here a couple of times, right? I think it's like out of China or something. And Dawson remembers it. We don't have to revisit it. But there's like 7 Bengal tigers all lined up on the shoreline of their zoo encampment, and like a crane like lands next to them, and the crane's like, "Hey, fuck, you want some lions? Or you want some tigers?" And the tigers are like, they're a little like put off at the beginning, like they're agitated or scared, like what? Whoa, they're like startled. And the bird's like, "Oh, scared? Good.
Yeah.
You want some more?" And then the tigers at some point go, "Wait a minute, we're tigers. We're 1,400 pounds, and there's 7 of us, and that's 1 4-pound bird."
Yeah.
And then the tigers are just like, "Oh, okay, fuck. Okay, we'll just kill you."
Yeah.
It's such a great clip because it's like the bird lands there, it has no fear, and the bird can just fly away if it wants to. But now the bird is walking toward the tigers. And the tigers are getting agitated, and now it pecks at the tiger. Now it can fly away. It can fly away. It can fly away, but it's not. I bet it's a female bird.
Get out
and
of
it's going back toward the tigers. Now it's flapping its wings. Like, all right, tigers, you got trouble. Now lunges at the tigers again, and then at a certain point, the tigers go, "Oh wait, let's just destroy the bird." So then it does it a 4th time,
there it goes,
and now it's ripped into a million pieces. And now all the tigers are doing the gang-style initiation with the bird. And the bird's in a million pieces right now. But now here's my whole point. Guys grow up with a healthy fear of stuff and other guys and bigger guys get punched, and you get smacked a couple times, and you kind of learn. your P's and Q's and stuff. Women do not do rough and tumble play. And so women, what I've been seeing is like 40-year-old women standing in front of police vans going, no, you're not going anyway. Like, and the van just starts running and they're going, no. And at some point they get knocked over and they lay on the ground and they scream, what's going on? And it's like, the van is 5,000 pounds. You're 190. You're a little heavy. You're not a pixie.
Yeah, it's after the holidays.
The van has at least 1 ton on you.
Sure.
And you're not going to stop the van.
Yeah.
And the van's driven by nervous dudes who are trying to get out of there and don't think you can stop the van. Women have this thing where, like, cops are holding a gun at them, yelling, get out of the car, and you're like, oh, fuck this. And it's like, that guy's holding a gun.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, please stop looking at law enforcement as law enforcement. Look at them as dudes with guns who are super nervous about the environment they're in.
I got T-boned by a dude in uptown Minneapolis about 5 years ago. Guy just destroyed my truck. He was doing about 50 to 60 in a residential area and just smoked me. I ended up in some lady's front yard, and there was a girl who was probably about 22, 23. She was out running that day and saw it happen, and she did not leave the scene. And every time this guy wanted to talk, and she was maybe 5'4", maybe 5'3", 105 pounds. And every time this kid who was 23 years old, maybe 6'2", kind of a bigger dude, every time he opened his mouth, she just got right in his face and said, you shut your fucking mouth. You don't get to talk.
I know. Women do not. Well, they don't do rough and tumble play, so they don't get the proper fear factor.
Of course not. That guy could have decimated her face. One punch would have totally knocked her eyes out. And she was just right in this dude's grill.
Dawson?
Yeah, I got some information for you here. As far as the Democrats who publicly praised Officer Lieutenant Michael Byrd. Michael Byrd stated in interviews that he believed he acted in self-defense and to protect members of Congress. He received support from various lawmakers and public figures. While there isn't a specific count of Democrat officials who praised Byrd, some Democrat leaders and organizers have supported police efforts during the Capitol riots. Generally, the Democratic Party has framed the events of January 6th as an attack on democracy and has often characterized law enforcement's actions as justified.
Yeah, but you're going to get Eric Swalwell and Nancy Pelosi. You're going to get specific quotes. AOC is going to have to go American hero, and then with this guy, they're going to call him a cold-blooded killer.
Now, I asked AI the exact same question. I just switched the location and the date and said it's an ICE officer. As of January 7th, 2026, no Democratic government officials have been reported as praising the ICE officer involved in the shooting that resulted in the death of a female motorist in Minneapolis. In fact, local leaders, including Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, have condemned the incident, labeling it as reckless and questioning the claim of self-defense offered by federal officials.
All right, I got it, Austin, but you're still, I mean, that's baked in. We're just going to be funny when the actual individual politicians have two different things
We
to
could
say.
put together a list, but I think it's safe to say 95% of them have praised.
Listen, Dawson, understood very clearly it's my premise. I'm saying you're going to have funny A's and B's.
Sure, yeah.
When you get AOC's official comment on this, and you get
100%.
Chuck Schumer's official comment on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of Fry, did you guys find that video? This happened over the airwaves. This happened, I don't know, maybe about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
This is his message
Fry.
to ICE, yeah.
Yeah,
Jacob
this is
Fry.
great. Yeah, he's awesome. Going to get that city right back on its feet. He's awesome. Also, listen, let me tell you the other thing. It's very chick-like behavior. Sorry. But anyone who's really dealt with it knows. They start the incident and then scream, get out, stop, I don't want this, whatever. And it's like, listen, Fry, we'll play his clip, but ICE is doing a job. You don't have to go out there in your minivan and get in their face. You can do this. And then, so the whole Democratic thing is somebody does their job, you get out there, you chuck a rock at the person who's doing their job, and then when that person shoots you in the leg, you claim to be a victim. All right, here we go.
Better. But I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Right.
Your stated reason for being in this city is
Oh,
to
yeah, hold on.
create
We got
some-
Somalis who want to open daycare centers. Now get on out. Come on now. You're interrupting our business.
Also, did you notice the sign language lady? Yeah.
Did she
you
do the fuck?
back it up a little bit? Yeah.
Did she do the fuck?
There we go.
By the way, every progressive city has the black female police chief standing back there now, which is funny.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Nah.
And then drops
Out.
Drops the
she
bird.
says. Yeah. God, these fucking guys are idiots. I hope he gets into fucking trouble too with all this whole Somali bullshit.
You would think he'd be, yeah. Real quick, if you ever get a chance, I'll show you this video when we're in Colorado this weekend. Speaking of animals and, the way animals work and how people are so flabbergasted by it, there's a video where they smash cut all these. There's a little yippy dog in Florida who runs up to the swamp.
Yeah.
And he's nipping at gators and never gets him. And then on the sixth one, finally one of them gators just goes, that's it. And just takes this little bastard right by the back of the neck and drags him into the water. And the whole family's like, no, why? Well, I don't know. Maybe put your goddamn dog on a leash when there's gators around.
It's a real thing, which is I've told people, listen, blonde ladies who want to get into the grill of large black men and slap them, they punch back.
Yeah.
Statistically, more so than Jews or Asians. So I've seen so much. You go on the internet and see 2,000 hours of some blonde chick slapping some ex-NFL linebacker at a club, and that guy just fucking throws a straight right and knocks her out.
Mm-hmm.
You must have an appreciation for this. They don't grow up with this. They grow up fucking around with Barbie dolls, and we grow up wrestling and roughhousing and shooting BB guns at each other. So we can figure it out. They can't. Now they're all on meds. They've all been fucking weaponized. They've all been told they're fucking She-Ra, Lord of the Jungle, and some kind of hero. And now they're going out and getting in front of ICE fans. And you can hear their leaders talk. Their leaders are like, hey, Karen Bass sits there and goes, you want to come in here and mess with us, ICE? You're going to find out because we're not going to stand. You have Maxine Waters. She's 86 and a half. She's a feeble old fucking nut job. She's Aunt Esther from Sanford & Son. And she's like, you want to come in here, ICE? You got to go through me first. Yeah, bitch. A good fart would take your ass out. There'd just be a wig sitting there. Mm-hmm. So shut the fuck up. You're getting people killed. So they do all the hero, you got to come through me. You want to come into this town? Not on my watch. You got to come through me first. It's like the spindly lesbian mayor of Seattle's like, you're coming through me. Or I like when Pritzker does it. You're morbidly obese, fat ass. We got to go through you. That's going to be super easy to go through. You make all these proclamations, and at some point, dumb people hear it, and they go, ICE is in town. We're going to take the minivan down there. You got to go through me. And then the next thing you know, the guy's got his fucking gun drawn, and you're like, you do? Well, you got to go through me. And next thing you know, you have a bullet in your neck. So knock it the fuck off. Stop talking about it, and women, stay home.
Ask any good psychologist, and they would tell you that subconsciously these people want this to happen to them. They want to get hurt. They want to have some, maybe not take a bullet in the face.
No. I'm sorry, but I don't think they want it to happen. They don't understand it like the bird didn't understand the Bengal tigers. The bird did not want to be taken apart by the Bengal tigers.
Sure.
The bird didn't understand it, and he encroached. And when he saw the Bengal tigers flinch, he was like, oh, now I got you. This is the whole thing the Middle East does. They go, oh, America, you're scared. Like, no, we're not scared. We just don't feel like fucking wasting any harpoon missiles on you this weekend. And then we fucking dust them. All right. Now we got you. All right. We got to bring it home. Tomorrow, by the way, and Saturday, me and Rudy are going to be in Colorado Springs, Looney's Comedy Corner. And then Sunday, we added a second show. Sorry, Rudy.
Can't wait.
Yeah, first show sold out. Second show at the Comedy Works is added. You can go down kroll.com. What spots do you got,
I'll be with you in Colorado, but a big show happening January 16th, St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Red Carpet, main stage. They very seldom have comedy shows there. It's a great music venue, but one of the best in central Minnesota. So please, January 16th, go to rudypovichcomedy.com, grab a ticket.
Oh, so we I'm laughing thinking about something. AdamCarolla.com for all live stuff. Until next time, Adam Carolla for Rudy Povich and Louis C.K. saying mahalo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We will get into it here. The news. This is one of those weeks, some of the weeks are easier than others because they lend themselves to being a silly Billy. You can be a little goofy. But this week feels heavier, because of the whole the killing. And I do have this mocha, this kind of ice blended drink, and I feel like this is going to make it seem like I'm not taking it seriously because it for the simple fact that it has whipped cream on top of it. But that's how it comes, is from the coffee bean and tea leaf, which, interestingly enough, and I will get to this, the killing, coffee bean and tea leaf was mismanaged. It could have been, maybe it never could have been as big as Starbucks, but it was bought by a private equity company, and they focused on these weird Asian teas and these weird mango drinks. And then Filipinos got into it, and that was kind of the end. But this this mocha blend, I think, is better than the Frappuccino because they use cocoa powder. And that, to me, they focused a lot on the tea and kind of tropical island concoctions. You know, and it's like, how many people want that? And apparently not a lot. Not a lot of them. Like, every now and then you'll see somebody get real excited about a mango tea or something. But for the most part, that's not what it is. So I don't want you seeing this coffee bean tea leaf ice blended. And they're not sponsoring the show either. Let me get ahead of that. I've gotten not $1 from the people at the coffee bean and tea leaf about this. But as I consume this, and there will be a moment where I'll take the top off because I do like to kind of eat the whipped cream before it deflates. But I will discuss this while I'm doing that. And and I'll try not to have this happen, but if there is a situation where there's whipped cream on my nose while I'm doing this, it's not, you know what I mean? This isn't, I'm not doing a thing. I'm doing my best so that doesn't happen. But there is a chance that'll happen, and then I'm going to look ridiculous because I have whipped cream on my nose from this coffee blended beverage, and I'm trying to make points. And I don't want people to get upset at that. Or if I spill it on myself, if any of it gets on me while I'm making these points and there's whipped cream on me, if I spill it on myself, then I don't want people going, look how ridiculous he looks. Now I'm not going to listen to anything this guy has to say because he has this mocha ice blended. You know what's another problem with the coffee bean tea leaf? The name. Ice blended. Frappuccino is a better name. This happens all the time where two companies will have a similar product. One of them's named Cold Stone. Better name than Marble Slab Creamery. Some of those names, they're too on the nose. We know it's ice blended. That sounds crazy to say. Look, it's Marble Slab Creamery. But when you say Cold Stone, it just has more of a ring to it. I'm not stalling either. I'm going to talk about I'm going to go into it. All right, so Minnesota. Cold place. I've performed there a bunch. The people that come out to see me are I appreciate them. All of them. And I love them. I don't love them. I don't know. Why would I say I love them? I don't love them. I don't know them. I don't care. But it's an area that I've gone and it's been good to me. Not great. Other places are better, Chicago, Boston, whatever. But it's fine. I do one of those casinos there with Native American, one of those where it's a Native American thing, and I'm happy to be a part of the healing journey that we're all kind of on in this country, or we should be on. Kind of healing and learning and So I feel like I'm a part of that when I go to one of those casinos in Minnesota and I do a show. I feel like it's a step in the right direction. Because there's a lot of steps in the wrong direction. And we're going to talk about them. The other thing is that Coffee Bean never got into food. Starbucks got into food. They started doing little sandwiches, little egg bites. Those sous vide egg bites were a thing, and a lot of people were doing high-protein diet, keto-type diets. So the sous vide egg bite, huge. Those sandwiches that you heat up, those little protein, the egg and the cheese, the protein pack, Minnesota. Listen, there's a lot. Now I'm going to open this up because the whipped cream is deflating, and the whipped cream is kind of the point of the drink. I'm not laughing at what is happening. Obviously, it's crazy. What about these daycares? All right, that's another story. So there's this woman in her car. She's a lesbian poet. This is the story. I'm not even doing anything. I'm literally saying the story. And then you have ICE. And who the hell are they? We don't even know. These are people that answered an ad on Craigslist. These people, who is joining ICE? These people are so shot. The people who are joining ICE are so shot. They don't have anything going on. These are people who a mole threw out because they couldn't do security at a mall. They I don't know what they did, but they're out now. They maybe attacked a child or something. So I don't know who's, they got ICE in there. And ICE is going, I don't know what's happening in Minnesota either, but they're because of the Somalis and the daycare. That's why there's more ICE there now than there was. Because there's a federal investigation into the daycares, because the kid did the thing with the daycares. Okay. Which, whatever. I don't know. What am I investigating? I'm sure there's fraud. There's a lot of fraud everywhere, but I'm sure there is fraud there. I'm sure there's something there. And we've talked about that, But I'm not like boots on the ground in Minnesota going to daycares, finding out where the kids are. You know what I mean? This is not part of my job as whatever I'm doing here. I don't even know what I'm doing. But whatever I'm doing, hello? I don't even know their name. What's a Somali name? I don't even know what a Somali name is. Whatever I say will sound racist, but I don't know. I know Mogadishu is in Somalia from Black Hawk Down. So let's say one of them is named that. Hello, are you Mogadishu? Where are the children? That's my impression of me doing it. If I was doing it, that's what I would have said. I only said their name was Mogadishu because I don't know any other Somali words. Now, so they got the daycares going. And they're probably skimming a little. They're coming here. A lot of groups of people come here and they go. The Italians did it, the Italians did the mafia. The Irish, got drunk and just hit people, hit women. But a lot of those Irish women that were hitting, let's be honest. But what I'm saying is this. It's not. You got some fraud. I can imagine the DHS or whatever being like, you've listed one of the children's names as Jiminy Cricket. So this woman, Mowgli, So this woman is a lesbian poet, and she supposedly is like, and then you have Ice. This is a bad mix. I couldn't think, and I'm not, could you think of a worse mix than a lesbian poet and Ice? That's not a fun, is that a fun holiday party? Is that a fun holiday party? We have the lesbian poet and Ice are all together in a house? Not my house. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that in my house. Because it's a combustible mix. That lesbian poet she's like anti-Ice. And I've been really consistent here with the fact that I believe we need a border and a country, and I don't think we can have an open border. It's not realistic. It's not, I just don't understand why anyone thinks that would work. If anyone can explain to me why they think that would work, whereas we just keep bringing people in, the people here are doing terribly, but we just keep bringing people in. But I also think these like ICE raids, which are kind of performative and cruel and a bit psychotic, are not doing this administration any favors. I think they're making people less concerned with immigration enforcement because they're equating all immigration enforcement to these random brutal raids where you see people that have been here 30 years like hogtied and thrown into a van. But I do think there's a lot of people, the Tren de Agua gang, that Venezuelan gang, like people like that. We have our own gangs. We don't want to bring in other gangs. Seems crazy. So I get it. Some people have to go. So you have this lesbian poet, then you have ICE, and then you have this video. Now this video is the sticking point. Do we have the video, John? Can we get the video? This video is the sticking point. Here's what I'm doing with this video. I'm showing it to children to try to get their thoughts on it. Because every adult I know has a bias. Every adult I know has a bias, one way or the other. But if you show this thing to a 5-year-old, they got to be less than 10. Around 10, they start developing a political identity now. So around 10 or 11, they all start going, well, of course. And you're like, what do you mean? Around 11, they start going, play stupid games, win stupid prize. You're like, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Or they'll just go, fuck pigs. You don't know which way it's going to go. You got to get them around that 6, 7 age. 6, 7, like you got to get them when they're trolling a little. So you got to get them pre-troll. But you show this, my godson is 5 years old. I showed it to him. Like, you got to show this video to children who don't have a political. And by the way, that's how we're going to have to decide most stuff in the country. We're going to have to decide most stuff in the country by showing it to children who do not have a psychotic political allegiance yet. And they'll have to get younger and younger because the kids will get radicalized to the point where my 5-year-old godson will be radicalized soon. Then you'll have to go show it to a 3-year-old. You'll have to start showing these videos to infants. And just based on their eye movement and what if they can lift their hand where they point to, you'll have to make decisions because everyone approaches this now with so much baggage and anger. Justifiable anger. This woman got shot in the head and the guy didn't have to do it. You watched the video. Was it smart for her to accelerate or try to get away and not obey his command? Well, clearly not. She's dead. But did he feel like he was going to die if he didn't shoot her 3 times in the face? I don't believe that. He's shooting her from the side of the car in the window. But I had to have all of that explained to me by a 6-year-old at the Cheesecake Factory who was eating with his parents. And I said, do you mind if I show your son a video of what happened in Minnesota? And they said, yeah, that's fine. And I go, I want to get a read on this. They go, yeah, he's pretty good with stuff like this. I go, this isn't going to like, he won't have nightmares or anything. They go, he doesn't really care. And I explained to him, I said, listen, I want to show you a video. I'm not going to tell you anything about it. What's the deal? And then he said to me, listen, this is literally word for word. He said, it is clear from this video that while she may or may not have been engaged in obstructing ISIS operations, which would be maybe laudable depending on your point of view, but unlawful, clearly. He said, but from this video, we can see that the acceleration does not get to the point where the officer fears for his life enough to justifiably shoot her 3 times in the face. And then I said, thank you. And he goes, no problem. And I had to literally find a child at the Cheesecake Factory who had not developed a political identity yet. Everyone in our country has a political identity. No one's interesting, by the way. You don't want to spend time with anyone. No one. I mean, truly. The internet has made everything so uncool. No offense to Mr. Beast. I look at that Beast Games thing he did and all the people that came out to see it. I mean, it couldn't be less cool. It couldn't be less cool. I don't know what that is. And I'm sure it's interesting. I don't know what he's got people doing Hunger Games stuff. I don't care. I'm not begrudging, whatever. His success, God bless. But it couldn't look less cool. It looks like the Mathletes. Like it looks like a club you wouldn't join in high school. So, and that's what Tech has done. And that guy's the most successful person like in the world. It's like Mr. Beast and Peter Thiel are they're like the two people who are like the most successful. But my point is that everyone has a political identity. And that identity, the facts on the ground don't matter. It doesn't matter. Everybody's values are incredibly fluid, depending on what they think happens, what they think an event says about their ideology. So you see a lot of people that are justifiably angry at the excessive use of force. You're not going to get a murder conviction. You won't. You just won't. Reasonable doubt, you won't get it. Whatever. You can call it murder. It is murder. I mean, he murdered her. I don't know. You'll never get a conviction. A drug dealer sells someone drugs, they die. You can say it's murder, but you'll never get, here, I don't think you'll get a conviction on that. You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it. With Stash, your New Year money goals can quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Have you dabbled in investing here? Personal way. People are on all sides. Like everyone on the internet is trying to make a civil war happen. And everyone's trying to what, do I have whipped cream? Where? I got it. I told you it was going to happen. I literally said it was going to happen in the beginning of the show. This is so much better than the Frappuccino. Fuck the Frappuccino. How about that? Anyway, the Civil War is we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to avoid that. We're finally doing good stuff. We got Maduro. We captured him, and we're stealing their oil. Listen, I mean, you might not like it. It might not help you, but it should. If gas doesn't come down, gas has got to come down. Gas has got to come down. Because now we're doing the thing, and everybody's said this already. Obviously, this is not my, I'm late to this train. But, it's pretty widely accepted now that we went in there to steal the oil. No one's even pretending that we're doing anything else. This is our thing. So the price of oil has to come down. If we're going to kidnap a guy, which was clearly some deal, someone sold him out, obviously. But if that shit's going to happen, we're going to do stuff like that. The commodity that it is linked to has to come down. It has to come down. It has to come down. The American people, because it's already happened, by the way. You can debate, and you can debate whether you like or don't like that we do these things, but it doesn't matter anymore. No one cares anymore. This is really just the executive is the only branch government that's that's the only one that's kind of like halfway functioning. No one cares. Congress or whatever, Supreme Court. I mean, stop. You're just going to wake up and hear about different people we've kidnapped. You'll just wake up and hear about it. You'll just wake up and they'll be like, they got the president of Panama. You go, what? They go, yeah, they got him. He was skiing. They got him when he was skiing. Yeah, he got to the bottom of the hill. They just got him. Oh. And then you got to find out, what do they grow there? Well, what do we get? What do we get? I mean, Colombia, we get blow, we get coffee. Like, what do we get? What is the product that is less expensive because we have kidnapped the leader of that country? Truly, I mean, that's how we will survive for the next few years until it's a World War III, which seems to be months, if not years away. Like, it's coming. But before that, we will kidnap a bunch of people and try to bring down the cost of things. You know? And you might not even know. It's going to get to the point where you'll be in the grocery store and go, why are these blueberries so cheap? And they go, we just killed the governor of Maine. We killed that guy. You're going to go, interesting. They go, yeah, they just sent special forces in. They broke his neck in front of his family. You go, that's why these things are 90 cents. They go, yeah, blueberries are basically free for the next 3 months. There's chaos in the blueberry market. They broke the neck of the governor of Maine in front of his kids just to make a point. So that's what I mean. We're just going to use violence, and the violence will get more and more sadistic, but you also are not going to care because the prices of things are going to come down. Like, if gas goes down to like $3, you're not going to give a shit about this. You're going to give a fuck about Maduro with $3 fucking gas? Fuck you. Gas in California is so fucking high. If you get gas to be cheaper, it's going to be, no one's going to care. You're going to not care about, because we're going to do crazy shit now. We've established the precedent that we're coming. We're going to come. We're going to kidnap you in the middle of the night, and we're going to fly you to Brooklyn, and then we're going to steal whatever resource you have. And it's going to start in places like Venezuela, and then eventually we're just going to start whacking people in our own country. That's what always happens. Like, in our own country, we're just going to start. You'd be like, this is crazy. This is insane. Maple syrup is $1. They just burned the governor of Vermont in his house with his family. They burned his whole family. I go, that's fucking nuts. I go, we're running the maple syrup industry in Vermont. Because as life gets worse and the jobs go, you're going to have to get stuff. So you don't revolt. Trump knows. They all know this. They all know. They're like, they're going to revolt if we don't, like, get the gas cheaper and make the food cheaper. They know that. They know they can't. They can't keep on this trajectory unless they make life easier for people. They have to make life easier for people. You know what I mean? They want gas to drop so low that even the wife of that woman who was tragically shot, it was going to get in her car and fill up the tank and go, listen, I got to be honest. I'm very mad at this, national security state, obviously, but gas is fucking low. That's what they want. They want people to just embrace your base survival, because that's really what they're training you to not think about anything outside of what you really need, your selfish desires. It doesn't matter what we had to do to get it. It doesn't matter that chaos will unleash. For a while, the chaos won't be near you. Eventually, the chaos will come closer and closer to home. For a while, it'll be in a foreign country. Then it'll be yelling over the hill. Then it'll be figures in the distance. And then it'll be your own children killing you. But it'll take a minute before it gets there, because that's when you unleash violence. This is what happens. Violence becomes its own justification, and you think you're unleashing it in far-flung corners of the world, but eventually it will come back and find you, and that's what it always does. You bring drugs into America, you get a bunch of people here addicted to them, they come and they put a gun to your head. It is what it is, but we've made the decision now. We're just going full mask off. Hey, let's go. Let's get the prices of things lower any way we can. Any way we can. This is the real tariff. People talk about tariffs. This is the real tariff. We're kidnapping your leader. Remember in the beginning, they were like tariffs. They're like, well, people will start building factories in America. And then we were like, that's taking too long. We're going to go and kidnap the leader. Now, Venezuela, of course, there are armed leftist guerrilla gangs in the streets going door to door. We're like, see, he was a tyrant. Now it's better. Well, it's not going to be great overnight. There's going to be a lot of instability. And because a lot of people like this guy. When a dictator goes, there was always a lot of people that were like, he was cool. I liked him. And there's a lot of people that are like, I hated him. He killed my son or whatever. But then there's a lot of people that were like, that guy was swell. That's the way it is. If you kidnap Trump, half the country would love it, half the country would hate it. This is just the way it is. So, you just got to accept the new reality of American foreign policy. We are going to be kidnapping people all over the world. And we're going to show up like Santa Claus, except we don't bring presents. We kidnap you. We're just going to be kidnapping people. And you could support it or not support it, and the people doing it don't care. And the hope with this is that eventually we're going to bring the cost of living down through kidnapping world leaders. I mean, that's now the plan. Nothing else has worked. So we're going to have to bring the cost of living down by kidnapping world leaders. No, I mean, this is it's like an action movie from the 90s. Like when I was a kid, like you're going to see world leaders just get perp walked in Brooklyn. And then hopefully, the prices stuff's going to go down. You're going to go to price of turkeys down. So that's what we're going to have to do. That's the decision that we've made. But as far as this woman, what's her name? Her name, Renee Brown? Renee, this is very sad. Brene Brown is a motivational speaker. That's not who we're doing. What's her name? Renee. Remember that song, Just Walk Away, Renee? Let's not play that because it's a copyright and people will say I'm being insensitive, and I am not. What is it, Renee Nicole Good? Renee Nicole Good. Again, this is a unfortunate, horrific situation. I don't think, listen, if you disagree with ICE, as many people do, blocking federal agents, and I'm not saying this woman was doing this, by the way, but I do think that she was part of a group of people that was trying to interfere with what they were doing. I do think, and that's just, she's on those groups, message groups and things like that. I do think that when you do stuff like that, federal agents are going to respond how federal agents respond. You cannot obstruct law enforcement, physically use violence, try to intimidate law enforcement. Now, the extent to which she was doing that obviously is what everybody's debating. I don't believe the cop was justified in shooting her 3 times in the face. By the way, I've always believed this, and this is something that I've caught heat for, but I've literally believed it since I'm a kid. I don't believe you should ever shoot someone in the face more than once. Seriously, I just think it's ridiculous. So that they did that, and these are not well-trained law enforcement people in ICE right now. We are taking people that did backyard wrestling. I mean, the people that are in ICE right now this is your cousin who was in backyard wrestling. This is tough. This is not the cream of the crop. You know the guys that kidnapped Maduro, like Delta Force, Navy SEALs? This is not them. This is not the Delta Force, Navy SEAL people. This is people that this is people on their 3rd grade report card the teacher wrote that has violent tendencies. This is not, it just is what it is. I'm not saying you don't need law enforcement to deal with people. Certainly people that have committed crimes. People that are in the country illegally, there has to be a process. There has to be some accountability. I understand that. And most sane people understand it. The thing about Minnesota where you go, no one's illegal on stolen land and stuff, this is also silly and ridiculous. All land is stolen. That doesn't mean you don't have laws in a country, dummy. These people are not serious people. But the same people that are saying she deserved 3 shots to the face are also not serious. The country desperately needs serious people. They desperately need people that are serious people, that are not completely off the chain. That's why I showed the video to a 6-year-old at the Cheesecake Factory to get some perspective. Show your children the video. Show your children the video. You have too much baggage. You are to one side or another. You've been too radicalized. Show it to your child. Go, hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Don't touch the dog like that. We don't touch the dog by the eye. We don't do that. You know that. We don't touch the dog by its eye. We don't touch his face. We pet him, okay? But we don't touch his face, and we don't put our face near his face. Now, Mommy wants to show you a video right now, okay? Now, it's because we want to get a fresh pair of eyes on this. Me and your father have been fighting about it for a half hour. We want to get a fresh pair of eyes. All right. Would you like to watch a video? Bluey. It's not Bluey. It's not Bluey, and I want you to look at me, and I want you to focus. Do you know what a civil war is? What? Well, we're on the verge of that. It's a war, okay, between people that live in our country. And it's happening because people, they're watching this video, and we don't know what happened. Now, before I show you this video, I just want to prepare you. All right. The woman who drove this car got shot in the face 3 times. What? She was shot in the face 3 times. And I want you to watch this video and tell me what you think. Now play the video.
No! Shame! Shame! Oh my...
And then the kid will do this. Why he do that? He was on the side of the car. It didn't seem like he was going to get hit. It seemed like he's freaking out. That's what it feels like to me. Even though I don't know why that woman was in the middle of the cops. Even though they're doing fucked up shit. She was putting herself in danger, but he didn't have to shoot her in the face 3 times. And I find it weird that the FBI is not letting a local investigation happen and they're giving him immunity. And that's what the child would say. And then people, because that's the answer here, by the way. The answer is this. We need better trained people in that role. We can't have people going into community. And you don't want to call them ICE. You want to abolish ICE or call them something else, whatever. If Tren de Agua, if somebody does something, law enforcement's got to exist. The abolish the police crowd, they're not serious. But again, it's like, what are we doing? What are we, 15? Like, I don't have time to deal with these people. I can't. See them on threads all the time. These people, they want something they're not ready for. They're not ready for what they want. They want some civil war. They don't want this. I'm telling you. They think they do because everything's a tweet and a threat, whatever. This is not what you want. So we have those people. And then we have people that are cucking for law enforcement no matter what they do. And those people are celebrating this. And celebrating death is ghoulish. It was ghoulish with Kirk. It's ghoulish now. And I think that people have to understand that if we're going to have a civil society, if anyone has any interest in having a civil functioning society, you're going to have better trained people in those roles so that things like this don't happen. You're also going to have to do not glamorize attacking or blocking federal agents. If you glamorize this, if there is an idea that this is a historic mission that you're on and that you're going to take it to that level, there will be a consequence depending on what you do and the response to it. So when you glamorize that, as I have seen, she died for a good cause. She died, when you do things like this and you're egging people on to be violent towards law enforcement, federal agents, ICE, whatever, whether you hate them or not, whether you feel that they're justified or not, they're federal law enforcement. So if you're glamorizing people being violent, then you're going to get people killed. Nutrafol is such a great thing. A friend of mine is taking it. We can't tease him anymore. We only tease him because of his lack of professional. NSX, like cause, /GI. Let's get. It's like, it's not what adults say. That's not what adults say, but we don't have adults, which is why you have to show your children this video. I know you don't want to, but it's the only honest feedback you're going to get is from a child whose brain hasn't been broiled with media for the last 20 years. You can't even show this to a boomer. They'll be like, she's in a car, killer. You don't even know what's happening. Why is she in a car? If she's innocent, why is she in a car on the ice? You can't even show this to a boomer. You can't. You can't. Because they like watching people die. The only joy they have is watching people get shot. It's every movie they've watched has been of that. Most of the TV shows, they love watching the news and watching people get shot. It makes them feel better. So you can't get their opinion. You can't ask for someone's opinion over the age of 70 here. Well, the cops walked up to her car and listen, if you don't want to get shot, stay in your house. Like they're not reliable. And then you have the people that are just like, they're cooked. This guy, make this big. Can you make this video big so we can watch it one more time? Let's watch it again. Can you slow it down? can you pause this for a second? Is there a way for you to slow it down? Yeah. Okay, if we can just slow it down a little bit. That's too slow. That's going to take 45 minutes to do this video. That's going to be that's way too slow. Slow it down once he gets to the thing.
No!
Here's the thing. Right away, when they say get out of the car, I don't know what she did before this. We have no context. We're just analyzing the video right now. People are even going to get mad that I'm doing this. They're going to be like, why don't you just, I'm analyzing this. We don't know why she's there. I imagine she's there. My guess is that she's obstructing something they're trying to do. This is my guess. I don't know that, but I'm saying I literally don't know that. But she's in a situation that no one seems to be in other than her. Like her car is there. So they are trying to arrest her essentially because of whatever. They're saying get out of the car. She's not getting out of the car. Let's watch. But this is I'm trying to put this together because I've seen this video 90 times and I don't know what led up to this video. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, the woman in the car did the wrong thing, meaning, and this is obvious, meaning that it's not even a debatable point because she's dead. It's not even a debatable point. Now, you might say, well, it's her right to, whatever. It didn't work out for her. She did the wrong thing. Now, I don't believe from the angle I'm watching that the federal officer feared for his life. At the speed she's going when she's turning the wheel, I don't believe that the federal officer feared for his life. He could have shot the tires. They could have done other things. This idea that everyone they have to just shoot them in the head. People used to be able in this country to pull off a trick shot where they would shoot, they'd shoot an apple out of your hand. People used to be able to do that. They used to be able to, like real marksmen, a real marksman, shoot the hat off your head. That type of thing, where it scares you, but you're still alive. But you now know not to play around because someone who's a real marksman. Can you get up? Please get up a video of a professional marksman hitting a target. Just so, because we need to get kind of back to this. If we get some videos of this. Like, right. This is what we need. Watch this.
They have to start out at a 45-degree angle and no support, standing completely free from that podium that is in front of them. It's all
her debut in the Olympics, that's much better, a 10.6
from the back.
That's much better, a 10.6.
See, what we need, these are the types of people we need in ICE. Turkish sharpshooters who are, that's a thick woman, isn't it? But I like her. But here's my point about that. You need professional marksmen. Can you please, there is a scene. Can you get the shooting scene from Batman 1? The scene where the Joker is shooting his gun in a bunch of different ways. He does it under the leg. It's Michael Keaton. It's Batman 1. And yeah, maybe it's the long gun. Get this. Now, let's try to find, because we're hiring these people and they have no. Now think about this. What? Look at that. That's what we need. Because it's not about the shooting, it's about the actual gun. Go back to that. Go back to this. Imagine instead of shooting this woman, he pulls it. Look at that. It's about the visual of it coming out. We need stuff like this. We need ICE to kind of, they got to stop killing. But you know what I mean? But there are ways to get people's attention. Like, for example, can you go get the scene where he comes in with the boombox? Because people would like ICE if they did more things like this. Okay? Now, yeah, jump ahead a little bit. Nothing crazy. Okay, keep going. I'll tell you. Okay. Stop. Put the music on. Put it up a little bit. This is the best version of ICE. They're painting. I don't know how this gets the immigrants out, but you think about something like this and just... What if this was ICE? No one would be mad. What if they were doing this in the middle of Minneapolis? The immigrants would be so scared. All right, thank you. What's an idea? It's a thought. It's a thought that that we're not going to be just out there. This is actually kind of a nice story. Man live streams his own death for paying viewers who egg him on. The man allegedly consumed 6 grams of cocaine, 2 energy drinks, and a bottle of whiskey before dying. Well, this is, I got to be honest with you. The internet, I've been feeling this over the last few days, it's getting dark. Have you noticed this? Have you noticed this internet? So now this man has live streamed his own death. His family discovered all the drugs around him. So just make this a little bigger so I can see it. A streamer has died while tackling a live challenge involving cocaine and alcohol for a private group of paying viewers. Sergio Jimenez Ramos was found kneeling in his bedroom unresponsive and cold to the touch. His body was rigid with his head resting on the mattress and one hand clenched around his phone. His mother and brother discovered an almost empty bottle of whiskey, 2 cans of energy drinks, and a pile of cocaine. They repeatedly heard webcam viewers asking, "Are you crashing yet, Sergio? You still haven't finished the bottle of whiskey." I mean, paramedics were called to the family home near Barcelona. He was pronounced dead. Investigators believe he died during a private video call watched by donors who had paid to see him consume a bottle of whiskey and 6 grams of cocaine in under 3 hours. So these are really sick people. And this guy's killing himself on stream. And I guess the people that are watching this know that there's a likelihood that this person is going to die. I mean, I got to be honest with you. It's, this is unleashing the dark spirits in people, the internet. I mean, in October, he began appearing in live streams and private video calls run by a streamer known online for extreme cyber begging challenges. They said of Sergio, he came here, saw what was going on, and set up his own group. Speaking about the night Sergio died, he said, "I was told he took 6 grams in 3 hours and a 2-gram line." Ugh. He added, "I told him several times that 2 grams was an overdose. It's medically established. I told him not to stream, to leave Telegram, that it was rubbish, and that it was going to end badly. I'm not to blame." Sergio was receiving psychic treatment and had a history of substance abuse. This is really sick and disturbing that this is where the internet is heading, where you have people that are paying money to get into these live streams and watch people take their own lives. You know, I'm a pretty tolerant person, but I feel like this type of behavior, you know, it's pretty indefensible. You know, I'm trying to think of a defense. Well, I've just found one. Here's the thing. They paid the money. No, I mean, it's obviously, it's obviously not good. I mean, you know, people are just getting off now and watching people kill themselves. It's incredibly unhealthy. And then those people wake up the next day and they go get a sandwich. Somebody who paid money in that, whatever, private group, watching this guy destroy himself with drugs and alcohol, paying money, watching this guy kill himself, gets up the next day and goes and gets a Caesar salad somewhere and eats it. It's fucking unbelievable how dark the world is, how incredibly dark corners of the internet have gotten. We've always known about the dark web, the kiddie porn, and all the horrible, you know, shit like that that's out there, you know, hiring the hitman for the wife, all the stuff. But this stuff, these begging challenges where you know, people are literally destroying their mind and body, killing themselves for somebody's viewing pleasure. It's crazy. And here's what's even more fucked up. Netflix just bought this. Netflix just bought this streamer's channel. I am enraged at this. Netflix has just bought all of these kind of torture rooms where people are killing themselves because they had a big meeting at Netflix and they said, this kind of thing needs to be on our service. We've almost got everything. So the team at Netflix has purchased these live stream chat rooms, these begging channels. What do you call them? What do you call these things? Cyber begging challenges. Netflix got together and they said, let me ask you, have you heard of cyber begging? And one of the young executives is like, no, what's that? Wink, wink. And they go, you know what it is. It's a place where people beg people to do crazy stuff and some of them die. And we want it on Netflix. We want to put it on the front page. Take a 2-gram line, see what happens. So Netflix, this is true, by the way, can look all this up. Nothing on this show is not thoroughly researched. Netflix has just bought these cyber begging challenges, these live streams. They're going out to a lot of the big live streamers who are doing these cyber begging challenges, and Netflix is saying, we want people killing themselves for money on our platform. We have and Netflix tells the people that are between life and death, Netflix tells them, they go, listen, we are a digitally native smart TV app on every smart TV in the world. We have the algorithm. We put out content. We stand behind our content. We are the home of death. Will you be Will you be on our homepage killing yourself? We have Friends. And then the guy goes, I like Friends. You know, he's coming out of like some type of, I kind of like Friends. Cyberbegging. It's an and they stand up in the Netflix room and he goes, it's an interactive experience that allows people to interact with their favorite creators and ask them to do things like kill themselves. Netflix goes, where can we get legal on this? We can't be blamed. We're just a platform. We're the biggest platform in the world. Don't you want to live stream your own death on the biggest streaming platform in the world? Yeah, I guess so. Don't die for 12 people. The last thing you want to do is kill yourself for 12 people. Don't you want to die on the biggest streaming platform in the world? Stranger Things, House of Cards, and now Your Death on Netflix. And they'll run a parental thing before it. They'll go, listen, a parental notification during some of the cyberbegging challenges that will now be featured on Netflix, the largest digital streaming platform in the world. Some of the people are going to kill themselves. So that's why we got Netflix Kids. If you're not into that, we got cartoons where people, I don't know. What is it? It's always like a non-binary pony over there or something. But the point is this. These people deserve to be on Netflix. I'm telling you, deserve to be on Netflix. You deserve to have your death on the larger stream. Now, of course, people are going to have to find it. They didn't even mark it as death. I was on Netflix for a half hour trying to find my son's live stream death. I was trying to find my son's live stream death, and I ended up getting distracted, and I watched some of Dexter. That was good. But then I found it. Now, they're not going to market it. You got to market your own live stream death when it's on Netflix. You're lucky it's on there. You were lucky it's on there. You don't have to, what are they going to market it? They'll take out a billboard. They'll take out a billboard with your bloated face when you put that last line of gack in your yak, when you put that last line of grout in your nose before you end your earthly journey, Netflix will take a photo out of your bloated face as you're about to collapse onto the mirror with the cocaine. But and your booze face, your eyes bugging out of your head, they'll put up a billboard. People will see it. But you got to make sure you effectively kind of do the mark. But you're on the service. You're lucky to be on the service. You're lucky to be on the service. You understand that? If you think for a minute that Netflix is not trying to have people live stream their deaths on Netflix, you're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. My agent, I'm telling you right now, is having a stroke right now. But if you think Netflix is not trying to get people to kill themselves on Netflix, you're out of your mind. That's all they're trying to do. They are sitting with lawyers day in and day out to try to find a way to legally get people to kill themselves on that thing for money. Okay? If you think Netflix is not having an AI write Ice versus Lesbian, if you think that's not coming out in 2 years, you're out of your mind. If you don't think Netflix is having artificial intelligence write a making a murderer style thing about this whole thing, you're out of your mind. And that's a great thing now because AI is also going to prompt the people to kill them. You're not even going to need the people soon. AI is going to prompt the people in the cyberbegging challenges to kill themselves. And Netflix is going to put it, can I say that again? And Netflix, because every time I say it, people that do business with me get very nervous. But again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm excited for it. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get me? I'm excited for it. And AI, and they're going to say this in a meeting at Netflix. They go, our calculations are that AI very soon will actually start asking the people to kill themselves, and we will just have to stream it. Thank you. Get legal on AI. Can you get, Donna, get legal on AI telling the people to kill themselves? Where are we on that? Where are we on legal? Well, because if the people tell them to kill themselves and we're just a host of this whole thing. We're not really involved. But if it's our AI, Donna, what if it's just for sake of argument here, Donna, what if it's an outside AI that's like ours but not ours, and that's telling them to kill themselves, and they do on this? Okay, just lawyer that. Donna, just lawyer that, please. Lawyer that, please. Tiger roll as well with the avocado. Tiger roll. Thank you. Just lawyer that. TimDillonComedy.com. There are no shows. Don't come. We're done. And, be kind out there to each other. Truly. Be kind, because we are in a situation where we're living in a time where there's such a negative vibe in the air. People aren't happy. And the only thing that we can do is kind of reach out to the people we love and love them. Reach out to the people you love and love them. Bye-bye.
Strategy says, doesn't matter how fast you're going if you're going in the wrong direction. And figuring out where the prevailing winds are, figuring out who we're trying to help, getting that part clear before we start racing around with all the tactics and the clicking and the posting is so important. And yet people skip it. Billionaires I know skip it. Nonprofit leaders I know skip it. 7-year-olds skip it. And we got indoctrinated to skip the strategy. And it just felt to me like people didn't understand what strategy was, and maybe I could help them.
Seth Godin, you're on the podcast again. Thank you for joining us, our audience of listeners. They're super big fans of yours, and you're back on the show. Thank you for being here.
I would be on the show even if you forgot to hit record just so we could chat.
Do you remember not too long ago sitting in a cafe somewhere on the Upper West Side?
With the slippery floor, yeah.
With the slippery floor, and you beaming went into your backpack and pulled out a stack of paper. And the stack of paper, I have that stack of paper with me right here. For the people who are listening, you can't see this, but it is what is this? 17 by 11?
Yep.
Yeah, 17 by 11 printout of your new book before it was published. And this is one of the most generous, to me, your most generous offerings. When you said you were writing a book on strategy, I was very baffled. I'm like, what is a book on strategy about? And then I'm, 25 pages in, and it all clicks for me that this is the best thing you could ever write about. Why did you decide to write about this in your next book?
Well, as you know, writing a book isn't what it used to be. It's this 5 minutes of inspiration followed by a year of slog. And part of the thing
they don't tell you in writing school, right?
That's correct. Part of the reason I do it truly is so I can have conversations like this with people like you. Part of the reason I do it is because I want other people to talk about it. And a book is a signal. It's a signal that says this isn't a blog post. It's not a YouTube video. It's this document. It demands to be rejected or absorbed or discussed. And what I found, like you, I have peers and friends who ask me questions, advice. I don't do any coaching or consulting. But what I found is people would come to me with marketing questions that weren't marketing questions. They were strategy questions. They would come to me with philosophical questions that were strategy questions, or whatever their frustration was. Strategy says, doesn't matter how fast you're going if you're going in the wrong direction. And figuring out where the prevailing winds are, figuring out who we're trying to help, getting that part clear before we start racing around with all the tactics and the clicking and the posting is so important. And yet people skip it. Billionaires I know skip it. Nonprofit leaders I know skip it. 7-year-olds skip it. And we got indoctrinated to skip the strategy. And it just felt to me like people didn't understand what strategy was, and maybe I could help them.
Well, that is about as clear a lens as I've ever heard on the concept of strategy, especially that it's relevant to, whether you're 7 or 70 and whether you're a billionaire or you're just trying to get your own, your business off the ground. Is it the equivalent of if you're going to chop down a tree, you need to spend some time sharpening your axe first?
Ecosystem with trees. Ecosystem with trees. Sometimes it's an ecosystem filled with social media or competitors or whatever. Do we understand that tomorrow is going to be a little like today, but different, and what's going to grow and how it's going to shift? This is super juicy things. And, when I think about the seminal breakthrough business that you started, it worked partly because of your magic, but also because you saw the systems. You saw how media was changing. You saw the rise of the independent freelancer. You saw that people were craving not just craft, but connection. All of that was an insatiable desire that you showed up to fill. And other people showed up and said, I got a hack for today. But that's not as good as having a strategy.
So I think for a lot of people who are listening or watching, the concept of a strategy is fuzzy. It's obscure. It's like, they go right into the tactic. Like, cool, I see my peers posting on social media, therefore I should post on social media, as an example that you've already articulated. And yet the same thing is true with a million other things. Well, I see that I have this, they have this camera and they're really good or further along in their journey than I am. So I need to have that type of camera, or they're having, they're doing these kinds of media and therefore I need to do these kinds of media. And so it's very much like a culture of mimesis where we're just imitating what we see other people doing. And then, if you put a pin in that, the way that most every artist, author, entrepreneur breaks through is from strategically doing something different. So how do we get out from underneath what most people who are listening, watching run to, which is the tactic? What advice would you give us to get started thinking strategically first before we even, record our first video, for example?
So I'm going to assert that most of the people who are listening see themselves as creatives and are probably freelancers or soloists.
Yep.
And if that is you, two things. First of all, you signed up to do things that are creative. So finding a creative strategy without a rule book and a list of tactics should probably be okay with you because you said you wanted to be a creative. And second, the only way for you to have achievement, for you to advance, is not to work more hours, because you can't. It's to get better clients. Better clients demand more, talk about you more, come back more often, pay you more. And you don't get better clients by doing a really good job for bad clients. You get better clients by creating the conditions for better clients to seek you out. So the reason that you need a strategy is because what you're doing right now is getting you the clients you're getting right now. And a strategy says, here's how I'm going to find a different path to get a different outcome, the people I seek to serve. So let's just pick a wedding photographer. If you're a wedding photographer and you're bottom feeding what you're doing is you're saying, if you're a bride and you want to pick me, here I am. You can pick anyone, but please pick me. And you're going to end up with indiscriminate customers who are going to pay you average and demand average. On the other hand, if you say, I specialize in solving this problem for this kind of bride and groom, or bride and bride, or groom and groom, that I work in this way or in this place for these kinds of customers. This is an untapped place where once I start doing it, people go, oh, that's a whole category. I didn't even know about it. That can belong to you. But you're not going to be able to do it by copying someone. You're going to do it by seeing a problem and finding a solution to it.
That's strategy. That's part of and I guess, to what would you respond, or how would you respond if I said, but isn't it good to do something instead of nothing? Because most people try and solve all their problems from the couch. They'll sit there and try and just fast forward all the perfect solutions, A, B, C, and D. And, how do you reconcile the fact that I'm trying to get people to do something instead of nothing? And the something ends up usually being a tactic. Is it okay to do a tactic first, realize that you're excited about these tactics, and then press pause and say, okay, let me zoom out and say, what am I doing here? Or do we always need to be thoughtful and start with the first step first? Like, reconcile those things for me.
Okay, so you need a craft and you need a skill. Okay. And you can develop your craft and you can develop your skill without getting paid for it. And so we need to be busy all the time getting better at our craft and our skill. But it doesn't make sense to do mediocre crap work for mediocre clients we don't want more of just because we don't have anything else booked for Tuesday. That if we can have the guts to say, I'd rather work on my own or do charity work for the zoo or the local nonprofit for free than take this mediocre client on Tuesday, we have just put ourselves on the hook, on the spot. Because we said, look, I'm only going to get this Tuesday once. And I have a bar. And if you're not above the bar, I'm going to pay myself to work on Tuesday. Because I need to be able to say no to people. If you're not saying no to people, then you don't stand for anything.
Mm-hmm. There's a phrase, you're either working in the business or on the business. Mm-hmm. And is it fair that strategy is working on the business, and doing social media posts and doing your craft is working in the business? Would you make that distinction?
Yes, that's a great distinction. It's the single best page in the book, The E-Myth Revisited. And what he means by this
that one was. Yeah, I'm looking for it while you're talking.
When you work on the business, you are being the consultant, the board of directors, the CEO. You are figuring out the structures so that your best employee doesn't waste her time. When you're working in the business, you're the best employee doing your job. And as someone who's been a freelancer off and on for 40 years, particularly when times are tough, we find ourselves leaning in to working in the business as much as we possibly can, thinking that's going to solve the problem. But 10 minutes of working on the business can be transformative, because in those 10 minutes, you can say, you know what? I don't need to keep writing mediocre copy. I'm just going to hire Claude.ai to do it for me. And I just save myself an hour a day, which I'm going to go spend doing something hard, right? That decision is not easy to make because you're feeling stressed and you just want to do something all day to keep up. But the short version of this is a lot of people listening to this want to have a job without a boss. And if that's what you signed up for, I have to inform you, you probably have a really, really lousy boss. Someone who wakes you up in the middle of the night and says you're not doing a good job, somebody who's undermining you, somebody who doesn't appreciate you, and it's you. So you should probably get a better boss, someone who you deserve.
I have just finished writing about, there's a section on time in my new book, and time comes up consistently. And here's that. So this is sort of my favorite artifact, this gigantic printout that I've got here. And this is actually going to be on my bookshelf. And of course I have the actual book, which is beautiful. And I love the little debossing that you've got on the front. Great job. It's beautiful. And as I have a number of sections marked throughout the book, you also have written about time quite a bit. And it turns out that we creators, entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, small business owners, we have a pretty, I might use the word toxic. I'm going to try it out and see how it lands. Kind of a toxic relationship with time, not dissimilar to what we just talked about. You're working on the business or in the business. We wake up at 3 a.m. We know we need to be sleeping, but our, that unhealthy part of our brain is telling us that we're not doing a good job. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about the relationship between us as solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, creators, and time. It's a really consistent theme here. You got one section, for example, 99, that I've got marked here, which is time isn't free. When we spend an hour reading a book, it's an hour we didn't spend listening to speed metal. When we take on one client, we've chosen not to pursue different options. Opportunity cost is real. And as we've been given more access, more tools, more opportunities, the costs continue to increase.
Yeah. So let's try this thought experiment. It's 2024. Write a letter to the you of 2019, 5 years ago, thanking that person for something they did 5 years ago for you today. What was that decision, that client they took, that client they fired, that skill they learned 5 years ago that you are so grateful is part of your quiver now? It's pretty easy to imagine the best decisions that you made that contributed to that. Well, 5 years from now, the you of then can write a letter to you today. What will they be thanking you for? Right? Will they be thanking you for spending 10 extra minutes sharpening all the pencils and making sure they're in exactly the right order? Will they be thanking you? I still thank the me of 20 years ago for firing my biggest client because they were horrible. They sent a lawyer to every meeting. They were undermining us. They were doing everything they could to get rid of us. And I had the legal right to stay and keep all the revenue that we were promised. And I sat with my team. There were 9 of us at the time. I said, these guys are 1/3 of our revenue, and they are turning us into the kind of group that's good at working with lousy clients. I'm not happy about that. I would like to fire them. And the group, to their credit, said, go for it. So I called them up and I said, you can keep all the royalties. We never want to see you again. You got what you wanted. You win. And in the next 60 days, we replaced all of the lost business plus extra. Wow. Because we felt so relieved at what we had done and how thrilling work could be again, that we were on fire. Well, if I hadn't done that, there's no question I would not be on this call today.
And we all have things like that, right? To me, this is the fundamental. Let's keep poking at this time thing. We believe that time is this ongoing sort of conveyor belt marching us towards our death that is always operating in the background. And yet, as you can experience, as you just shared, when you're working for a terrible client doing work that is not fulfilling, largely based on the environment that client, that your relationship with that client creates, time feels one way. And I'd imagine when you and the team freed up from that, worked with other clients, replaced the revenue, did work you love for people that you enjoyed being around, that you experienced, I'll say, that work, but also probably life a little differently. Is that a stretch?
Oh, no, that's it. And again, back to hiring the best boss you can. This idea of being a working creative has 2 parts. Number one, you got to pay the bills, because when you run out of money, you're out. Yep. But number 2, you have to make it worth doing. When you run out of time, you're also out. So don't run out of money, don't run out of time. But the way you run out of time is by wasting time doing tasks, as opposed to your craft, your art, and making a change happen. So strategy begins with a very simple 2 questions. 1, who exactly am I here for? And what is the change I seek to make? So the who isn't someone's name necessarily. It's what do they believe? What do they seek? What do they want? So in Chicago, there's a really great dive bar that looks like it's out of a movie called the Green Mill. And I'm not sure if Patricia's still there, but for years and years on Mondays, This bar basically gave themselves over to Patricia Barber. Patricia Barber is a world-class jazz pianist, and her trio would come and play for 5 or 6 hours every Monday. And the time I went, the guy sitting next to me had flown in from Mumbai for the show. Now, there's only 100 people in the room. It's Patricia's living room, and she gets to do her work. No one is in the back going, play Freebird, because they are there for her, and she's there for them. And there are other jazz musicians, maybe who have plenty of skill, who instead just do whatever is next on their gig sheet. And they're not having the same sort of magic and the same sort of career because she picked her customers and they didn't. And when you pick your customers, you pick your future.
It feels, there's someone listening right now for whom that feels like 1,000 miles away, because there's a lot of desperation between where they are and where they feel like they could be in choosing their customers rather than their customers choosing them. And that's a scary gap.
Yep.
So strategically speaking, what's the first step in helping people besides this, the awareness? Because let's assume that the awareness is this.
Right.
What's the first step beyond the awareness that, oh my God, I need to choose my clients and choose them intelligently? And that's actually the difference between where I am now and where I want to be.
So Pressfield's resistance is key here.
Yeah.
Because if you're on the hook, then you're responsible. You and I have both seen portfolios from photographers who say, well, under circumstances, this is the best I could do because this is what the client wanted. Okay, where's the work you did when you were the client? Right? Go find a nonprofit and say, I'm going to do a portfolio shoot for you and for free. And this is what I'm going to make. Right? Where's the work when you were busking on a street corner and could play any songs you wanted? What did that sound like? And being able to say, I made this, and not have to explain how much you got paid for it, begins this journey of what do you actually stand for and who are you going to turn away? When we turn someone away, we're not insulting them, particularly if we send them to a worthy peer. We're just saying, I get you. I see what you want. That's not what we do. We do this. But it's very scary to say, we do this. I was at a wedding a couple weeks ago, and they had a standard Long Island DJ. I don't know why. And it was right out of a bad movie. So, ladies and gentlemen, meet the family, the bride and groom. And then they play We Are Family. Like, you became a DJ to do that? And so even when people like that have the freedom to innovate, they don't, because they've been so browbeaten by nervous clients, and they don't have enough cycles under their belt to say, no, I'm doing it this way, trust me. And that is why you set out to do this in the first place, but you forgot.
How much of this is about forgetting who we are?
Yeah. Happens to me. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah. And, again, I part of when I first started reading the book, it was like, what am I reading here? And then it hit me like a truck. It's like this is it's basically a roadmap for all the important questions that we have forgotten to ask ourselves. Like, why am I doing this? What am I actually doing here? Writing a book is one thing, but writing a book starts out with writing a sentence and writing a journal entry. And, that to me, that's part of what so many people in my community, we lose track. We forget to ask ourselves the most important questions. And we're halfway down, halfway through a weekend of just nonstop working, or we're halfway through with the project, or we're halfway through, and we haven't even asked ourselves the most important questions. And it's just sort of like there's an awakening that I felt in this book that, I guess, if this book is there to remind us, what else can we do to remember this is all this stuff that is simple but not easy.
Yeah.
That whenever you start something, you should ask these fundamental questions. How do we like embed this in our psychology, in our process, so that we stop making the same mistakes of just doing stuff without thinking about it.
Okay, so there's two surprising twists in the story now. And the first one is empathy. That often someone who sees themselves as a creator begins with a lack of empathy. This is the song in my head. I'm going to play it, and I should get picked by Columbia Records. That this is the painting I made, and I'm going to paint it, and a collector should buy it. I am projecting on other people what they should want. And when we start out that way, we are almost always punched in the face repeatedly because the world says, nah, because we're not them and they're not us. And the second part of it, which goes with the first part, is tension. That if we're going to try to make a change happen, we have to intentionally create tension. Fear of missing out, fear of being left behind, fear of you might not get in. When we put those two things together, what we see is that to do creative work is to do something that doesn't feel easy for most people, which is create the conditions with empathy for people to feel the tension that causes them to say yes. So if you're a graphic artist and you are waiting to get picked by a gallerist in Soho in New York so you can be famous, they're not going to pick you because they got a long list of people who know how to paint in front of you, and they're not going to pick you. On the other hand, if you're Shepard Fairey and you start putting posters all around so often that you get arrested 30 times, and then you create the iconography for one of the most important presidential elections in history, the gallerists start calling you because you created the conditions for them to get what they want, which is a piece of somebody who stands for something. And so Shepard's tactics aren't the point here. The point is you're not going to get picked by the establishment to have a job without a boss, but you can invent your own establishment by creating the situation where the people you seek to serve show up and say, oh, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. I don't know anybody who speaks in, like, I mean, let's just be real. Like you write in these, like, the most poignant, like, laser beam. And this is one of my favorite. I'll just give a little context here. So the book has no page numbers, folks. It has only stories, essentially. What would you call them? Would you call each one of those a story, or how would you? Riffs. Okay.
Riffs.
Yeah, riffs. So they're numbered by riffs, and each of these
297 of them.
297. That's right. 297 of them, and each of these riffs, if you think he just writes like that, then you have a conversation like this, and you realize that Seth talks in riffs that are every one of its own could be an entire blog post or an entire podcast episode. Can you tell me why you decided to just, if form follows function or function follows form, like what's your argument for why first of all, I think it's freaking genius, but how did you land on this? And I remember sitting at the cafe on the Upper West Side, and you're like, I don't have page numbers. And I was like, what? And then of course it makes perfect sense. You don't need page numbers because, it's like you have page numbers, but within the text.
All right. So
context there.
Why riffs and not do it in an obvious order with an obvious table of contents? So if you think about how you learned about the vegetables, your mom did not say when you were 3, today's vegetable day, and start with artichokes and work her way through to zucchini. What happened was, over the course of years, you bumped into different vegetables. That's the way we learn everything. We learn things in layers, not all the things in one category. So I was writing about systems, but I needed to talk about games. And I was writing about games, but I needed to talk about empathy. So I'm like, I'm not going to force myself into a taxonomy here. I'm going to teach people the way many people learn. Then the second thing was, for your amazing book, for my book, for lots of books, more than half the sales are either Kindle or audiobook. There are no page numbers on the Kindle, and there are no page numbers on an audiobook. So how are you going to talk to somebody about the riff number 147? So I'm going to number riff 147. And by taking out the page numbers, I was trying to send a signal that says, please, order by number. Tell me which riff you want to talk about. Let's talk about that one.
When you talked about systems, for example, systems thinking, I think of you as a very systemic thinker. Like when we have a conversation, there's almost always a framework for that conversation. There's context. There's all this scaffolding around it, which, I think this is the secret to the most creative people I know, that they work within a framework, and that's what allows the creativity to flow. And yet, you could, when you think of that, there's 299 riffs, like that doesn't feel like a framework. Where's the nice little tidy, what is it called when you have the first letter of, it starts with, like my framework for creative calling was idea, imagine, design. Like that's like scaffolding in a nutshell. And you are the most sort of one of the most structured thinkers that I know. And the book has essentially no scaffolding.
Yeah.
How do we reconcile those things?
It's a great point. And first, to anyone who's ever had a conversation with me, I apologize if I'm annoying, because sometimes it's annoying that someone has to have a structure.
Totally.
But the mini scaffolding is that strategy has 4 components. And I talk about that repeatedly, what the 4 components are. But what I found is the amount of throat clearing and hand waving I had to do to articulate the framework was the book. And I've had conversations about this book a lot lately with some very sophisticated and some very unsophisticated people. And I'm constantly amazed at how often they're surprised by the stuff I'm talking about. And it feels to me like a framework is most useful when we're talking about something that isn't surprising. Like if I was going to analyze bass fishing, I think the framework of pick your lake, pick your lure, pick your boat, pick your time of day, we could like break it all down, because I don't have to explain to you what a fish is. But what I discovered here is there was so little common understanding of what I was talking about that laying out the framework wasn't providing scaffolding. And this is a challenge, because if my goal was to sell as many books as possible, I put way too many ideas in one book. The best way to sell as many books as possible is to tell people things they already know and make it a really clear framework that they can tell their friends. And I'm long past trying to sell as many books as possible. I'm like, this is too much work to do that. I just want to write a great book.
But here's the twist that I just have to put an exclamation point behind, is like, we're tired of the former.
Yeah.
Like this is like really interesting food for an interested brain, because the linear framework that I could recite at a cocktail party is, to me, is positively uninteresting. And I will just say, like, I went away from that. I did that in 2019, and I didn't do it in my most recent book. But this is sort of like that on steroids for the creative, interested, curious person. The what's coming next, I have no idea, is absolutely intoxicating. To me, that's part of what makes it a page turner. Rarely are business books page turners. And I don't even know this, I wouldn't even say this is a business book. Like I don't even know what category it is, what BISTEC code, it doesn't matter. But how do you think of this book? Like, do you think of it as a business book? Do you think of it as, it's sort of like a life book for me, but how do you think about it?
On a good day, I see myself as an optometrist or an optician or something like that. There's a book Keith Johnstone wrote in the early 1960s called Impro, and I strongly recommend it. Keith, who just passed away a couple months ago, was a teacher of theater, and he articulated a thesis. His thesis is, every interaction in the theater is like every interaction in real life. It's about status. At the end of every scene, every interaction, someone's going to move up and someone's going to move down. And if you watch the videos of world leaders handshaking, you see an example of this. Right? Who won the handshake? What's all of it? As soon as you are 25 pages into that book, you will never see the world again the same way. That's what I'm going for. Right?
That was my experience exactly. I think I said that before you even said it.
Right. So like, once you get the joke, then my work is done and you got it and you don't need my help anymore. You can run with it. And so many people in my life around the world, work I've done with Acumen in multiple continents, didn't get the joke. And, I'll give you an example. There's a chain of hospitals in India called LifeSpring. And in India, if you are a pregnant mom, you have two choices. You can go to a private hospital where you'll have to pay an enormous amount of money, or you can go to a public hospital, which isn't particularly sanitary, and you have to pay bribes. And what LifeSpring did is they created a hospital where the price list is right on the front door. When you walk in, it's spotlessly clean, and it costs about $25 to have a baby. And their outcomes are extraordinary. It's an obvious choice. So I got there when they were about 2 years old, and they just weren't full. And they were, what tactic should we use? What tactic should we use? How do we get? And I said, who's your customer? And they pointed to like the pregnant lady, said, what are you, an idiot? You didn't go to health class when you were 6? That's our customer. And I said, I don't think that's your customer. I think your customer is her mother-in-law. I think her mother-in-law is the one who is making the decision about what hospital she's going to give birth to the grandchild in. And you could just see everyone in the room. Like, I'm some stranger, some white guy who's never been, what am I talking? And they're like, of course. Like, of course. And everything they did after that shifted, and it dramatically changed the enrollment in the hospital because they understood something about strategy. And that's what we're trying to do here. If we're doing good work, like I hope people who are doing evil work don't read this, but if you're doing good work, you need to see that, because otherwise you're going to waste all your time marketing to pregnant ladies.
Yeah, that goes back to the in the business, on the business, the just awareness of this, and potentially one of the biggest strengths of the cover of your book, in addition to this awesome photo of you in the middle of the O of Godin. And I think, how many books you got? Like 19 bestsellers now? Is that right?
Whatever.
Something like that. But I like that your name is large. But this little line right here in the middle, for the people who are listening instead of watching, the subhead is Make Better Plans. And to me, this is the punchline that if we're going to draw a circle around what matters in this book, and what matters to you as why you would care about reading this book is, you can imagine if you are working, or the analogy you often use or you have used in the past, if you are climbing the wrong mountain, you're doing great at climbing, but if you're climbing the wrong mountain, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This idea of making better plans, like, who are you at your core? What is your vision? What is your mission? Who are you serving? You start answering some of these questions and making plans that are in line with what you really want to do, who you really are. That makes all the difference in the world. I don't even know how to, I can't say it any more bluntly that is why you have to get this book. Because if you're climbing the wrong mountain right now, and many of you who are listening or watching are, I've climbed the wrong mountain many times in my life, and I've done it as recent as 6 months ago. I was climbing the wrong mountain with a different book that I was writing. I've climbed the wrong mountain. I know how freaking painful it can be, and this, making the right plans to climb the right mountain, is transformational.
Wow, thank you.
By the way, thank you for writing this book. Today is your best chance to improve tomorrow. There's another winning thing from the back cover here.
And the last one is one of my faves. You're not stuck in traffic. You are traffic.
I was literally going to say that. Then the takeaway here, this is you're not think about that again. You're not sitting in traffic. You are traffic. Seth, anything else where you'd steer us? Because I know that you're always doing independent renegade things with your books. Where do we get this? What's the best place if you'd point us to any?
So many renegade things that were fun to do on this one. I made a collectible chocolate bar with our friends at Askinosie Chocolate. The wrapper alone is worth the price, and a strategy deck. Anyway, you find them all at seth.blog/TIS, which stands for This Is Strategy. And I really, truly mean it. I am not in the book selling business. It's fine with me if people never buy one of my books. I just want them to talk about it. And that's why the real work, the worthwhile work, is writing a book good enough to be worthy of sharing with Chase. Because if I can have a conversation like this with you and other people start having this conversation, that's my role. That's my calling.
One of my favorite people in the whole world to talk to is Seth Godin. And Seth, thank you so much. I cherish every one of our conversations. You've been a guiding light to me in so many ways. If you've read my new book, you know that Seth is in there 2 different times, giving me like massive insight and transformational awareness of stuff that's sitting right in front of me, but Seth sees it when I don't. Thank you for being a friend, a mentor, writing this brilliant book. Your 1928th, 24th, I don't know how many books you've written, but make better plans. This is Strategy, Seth Godin. Everyone, thank you so much, Seth, for being on the show. You're always welcome here. And to everybody out there who has the book, you don't have this version. I'm just gonna say, look at my you are the only person on the planet who has that version. I think I a couple of times I just sent you snippets. I like to read in the morning before my day gets away from me, and there's so many beautiful riffs in here. Thanks for being a guest on the show. The book is This Is Strategy. Seth Godin, everyone. Appreciate you, friend. Thanks for being on the show.
I had a near drowning experience, and what happened inside my head was I said, I'm not done yet, and there's things I want to teach and things I want to contribute. And I was lucky enough to get through those last 50 yards. And that's not fuel that I suggest people seek out, but I share it because when we write the history of this planet, this moment in time where we have billions of people connected and we have paid a huge price in terms of pumping stuff out of the ground in order to have the standard of living we have, we tend to waste it. As soon as we seek to be generous, we get out of our own way, many people anyway. And part of the nihilism and ennui of our lives is we've been encouraged by marketers for 100 years to be selfish, to put our own oxygen mask on first before helping others. There are systems that want you to be unhappy. There are systems that benefit from you needing to drown your sorrows. There are fewer systems that benefit from you being resilient and happy and a contribution. Strategy isn't just for Microsoft and Apple. Strategy is a philosophy of becoming. One of my favorite sentences in the book is this: one day soon, the person you are hoping to become is going to meet the person you are. How's that meeting going to go? You have agency. That means you have responsibility to use it. And if you deny the agency, you get to whine about it. Great, if that makes you happy. But if you see it, if you want to write, write. If you want to sing, sing. If you want to post your poetry, please do. You don't need to get picked. There are no important poetry magazines that are busy going through their Rolodex hoping to find you. They don't exist. Go do it yourself. Saying it out loud, announcing the strategy, gives us the chance to leave out the part of, and then a miracle happens. Because it's that wishful thinking that wears us out. That if you know you are on a path, it is generative because you know one more step gets you one step closer to where you're going.
Okay, everybody, very excited for today's guest. We have Seth Godin. How would you like to introduce yourself just to my audience?
I'm a teacher. I've been author and a podcaster and a blogger and an entrepreneur. I teach canoeing as well. And mostly what I try to do is notice things and help make them a little bit better.
You also have a very profound skill of putting things into a bite-sized, just perfect packaging. And I wanted to say thank you personally, because a few of the things you've said on podcasts or talks of yours that have really stuck with me and have helped me out, even in like preparing for this interview in terms of questions. There was something you said on the Tim Ferriss podcast about stuff happens between the frames, meaning don't over-explain, trust people to get the point. So some of my questions, I was lots of parentheticals, and I'm like, I could just ask him the damn question. So thank you.
Well, thank you. That's kind of you.
I was curious, how similar is your writing to your internal monologue and kind of what happens inside your brain as you're walking around day to day?
This is such a great question to begin with. First, there's no such thing as writer's block. Writer's block is an invention based on fear and resistance. No one gets talker's block. Very few people. Show me your bad writing. If you have bad writing, you don't have writer's block, right? When I was in high school, my English teacher wrote in my yearbook that I was the bane of her existence and I would never amount to anything. And when I went to college, I took exactly one English course in 4 years. Mm-hmm. So I am not a trained writer. But what I realized is that if you write like you talk, the writing part isn't very hard. What that meant was I had to get better at talking. Mm. And one of the side effects of that is that now I'm better at thinking. That I try to talk like I want to write, and because I'm talking like I want to write, I think like I want to talk. And I believe this is a skill, and I think people can learn it.
What does it sound like in your brain? Do you have a lot of words going on in there as you're navigating your life? Is it more pictures or is it something different?
I'm fascinated by the recent research that says some people have no words, which is pretty cool.
Not my experience, for sure.
I rarely get the chattering monkey anymore because between Pema Chodron and some CBT and some mindfulness, I've been able to realize it's chattering and not indulge it.
Not latch onto it.
Yeah, but I guess trying to keep coming back to seeing the fear behind other people's actions and understanding what they mean, not what they say, makes it easier for me to figure out what I mean and not get hung up on the words.
It's very, you do describe your work as reciprocal, and I think that that applies here as well. The writing feeds the talking, which feeds the thinking, right, which feeds the observation, etc. Cool. Thanks for that context. You mentioned CBT. Could you tell me a little bit about sort of your, like the story of your like mental and emotional health? I don't know a lot about that in terms of, you know, your experience. Like, what's your story like?
Well, I've made it a habit of not talking about my life and my story too much because it's easy and it's a trap. And the reason I think it's a trap is because others can look at what you engaged with. Maybe really hard stuff, you were an orphan and you got over it, or maybe really easy stuff, you have all this privilege. But it makes it easy to say, well, of course that person can do X. And I'm trying to universalize here. And so, you know, what I say to people is, if you're having challenges with creativity, I would love to see your daydream notebook. Where's your daydream notebook where you are writing down every day at least 10 things that you are daydreaming of? Because everyone daydreams. And if you're not writing down 10 of them, you're not taking it seriously. And the act of doing it makes it concrete. And making it concrete means you can make it better. And then it becomes part of the habit. So what I say, my blog has a strategy behind it, but one of the things about my daily blog practice is there's going to be a blog tomorrow, and it's not going to be because it's the best blog post I ever wrote. It's going to be because it's Wednesday. And understanding that, you know, we don't skip lunch. We don't skip brushing our teeth. There are all these things we could build into our lives that we don't skip, and that starts to change who we are.
Yeah, your job is not to be creative. Your job is to ship. Was another one of those quotes that stuck with me.
Yeah, ship generous work. Don't ship junk. But it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be huge. But it has to be something.
Mm-hmm. I can respect the hesitance to dive into too much of your own story because that's not the focus. Would you mind, though, talking about how almost drowning off the coast of San Clemente affected the way that you perceive things or the way that you operate in the world?
You know, COVID was hard for so many people. People didn't make it through. They lost loved ones. And soon after that, I had a near drowning experience. And what happened inside my head was I said, I'm not done yet. And there's things I want to teach and things I want to contribute. And I was lucky enough to get through those last 50 yards. And that's not fuel that I suggest people seek out. But I share it because when we write the history of this planet, this moment in time where we have billions of people connected and we have paid a huge price in terms of pumping stuff out of the ground in order to have the standard of living we have, we tend to waste it by, watching the next thing on Netflix instead of contributing. And a big part of my work is reminding people that they can bring a strategy to their effort and actually make a difference. And I think if you know you can make a difference, it's easier to make it a habit.
You focus a lot on that productive contribution, serving others or serving the world. Does that help you as an individual? It seems like you've taken a stance of really, you're aware of yourself, but you do focus a lot on other people, the world, things like that.
Well, the lifeguard analogy, I think, is so useful. If you're 17 years old and you've got a gig as a lifeguard and someone near you starts drowning, you could accurately and correctly say that you are not the best lifeguard in the world. In fact, there's probably a better lifeguard on that dock right now. But that person in front of you doesn't care. That person in front of you is drowning, and you can contribute something by saving them. You don't need to have perfect credentials. You don't need to practice before you do it. You know that you can go save them. Well, as soon as we seek to be generous, we get out of our own way. Many people anyway. And part of the nihilism and ennui of our lives is we've been encouraged by marketers for 100 years to be selfish, to put our own oxygen mask on first before helping others. It would seem to me that if I was on an airplane where there was a disaster, I would be way more motivated to put somebody else's oxygen mask on first and then try to figure out how to get one for me. But that's just my practice. But what I'm hoping to help people see as we lean in to the work we seek to do is if you're taking, you got to justify it. But if you're offering, if you're opening the door and turning on the light, it's much easier to go forward because you're doing it for someone else.
I like that. You mentioned that we are sort of trained to be selfish. You are very aware and good at describing systems that are at play that we may not even be aware of. Are there any others that you can, or are there any specifics that you can highlight that probably affect us daily that we may not even be cognizant of?
Oh, I can't even begin to tell you how many systems are out there that if we were starting over again, we would never have. Like, just to pick one off the top of my head, if someone invented milk today, here's this product that comes out of a mammal that's supposed to be for its baby, and it's in a barnyard covered with excrement. And we're going to get some of that stuff, but we have to boil it first because if we don't, it'll kill you. And then we're going to ship it to your store, but you better buy it right away because if you don't buy it right away, it's going to get rotten and smell really bad and might make you sick. You want to buy some? It's $2.99 a gallon. Like, no, oat milk, please. Sign me up for oat milk. But culture is a system. Delivery units are a system that when you live in a certain part of the world, of course you drive a pickup truck. Do you ever put anything in the back of the pickup truck? No. But people like us do things like this. So there are all of these systems of misogyny and caste and oppression and connection and status all around us. And some people control systems and manipulate them. And you and I are both wearing eyeglasses. Until recently, one company in Milan, Italy, controlled more than half the eyeglass market, including the place you go to have your eyes checked, the people who make the glasses, the brand names that go on, all of it, right? One guy figured out that he could manipulate that system and come out ahead. But the real systems we need to see are the systems where no one's in charge, where the systems where this is just the way it is. And changing those systems is very difficult, but we can begin by seeing them, understanding that they're there, and then figuring out what to do about it.
What's an example of a system like that where no one is in charge, as you're discussing?
Well, the biggest one, for sure, is the system of markets, sometimes called capitalism. So here's a pencil, and a group of people came together for this pencil to exist. There's the people who make the wood, the people who make the graphite, the blah, 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 and they've never met each other, and they've never had a meeting or a plan. But the market magically made it so that this thing costs 9 cents and you can get one. Whereas if we needed to have Pencil Corporation of America that was integrated all the way back to the forest level, a pencil would cost $9. So when you think about what does the market want, what does capitalism want, you can start to understand how we ended up with some of the things we ended up with. Because it wants each little component of it to figure out how to make a living doing something, selling something else, finding a need, solving it, giving people options, etc. And the next thing you know, there's a farmer's market on Saturday. But it didn't happen because there was a meeting. It happened because the market is looking for holes to fill.
Yeah. I could see that in a roundabout way, helping people have some grace with themselves as well, because we are also kind of products of that, or at least we are within that, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so, to pick one example, John Sculley, who was at Apple for a while, before he was at Apple, worked at Pepsi. And he took credit for inventing the idea of making the top of the Pepsi bottle a little bit bigger. And the reason is that teenagers are part of a system. We've all survived it. And one of the things teenagers want is status. And one of the ways they got that status was slamming, that's the term, drinking a 16-ounce bottle of Pepsi all in one gulp. And by making the bottle a little bit wider, it was easier to slam a Pepsi than a Coke. So their market share went up. At the meeting, no one said, well, what about the diabetes and obesity that will come from this? That's a byproduct of a system, right? And, you know, what fashion does to women in the United States is astonishing. And the costs, both environmental, financial, and especially emotional, are huge.
Sure.
And I don't think Diane von Furstenberg is trying to make you unhappy, but she is.
There's that dissatisfaction or craving. There's a need to get something, to buy something, to fill a hole that you're told is a hole.
Yeah, and to feel bad that it doesn't fit you.
Yeah. Yeah. Bringing it down to more of a individual micro scale. So your book is called This Is Strategy. How, in your mind, do the tenets of that book apply to people on an individual level?
Yeah. So when you were gracious enough to invite me on, I thought really hard about, do I belong on a conversation like this?
Thank you.
And in fact, strategy isn't just for Microsoft and Apple. Strategy is a philosophy of becoming. One of my favorite sentences in the book is this: one day soon, the person you are hoping to become is going to meet the person you are. How's that meeting going to go? Because that meeting could go really well. It could say, yeah, I invested 4 years ago to be where I am now, and I'm glad we met. Thank you. But it also could be a cause for heartbreak. And a lot of the challenges of modern mental health is about that heartbreak, of dreams not met, of finding ourselves in a bind, feeling trapped. Well, that's all strategy. Strategy is, what will I do today to work with the systems that are out there so that tomorrow and the tomorrow after that and the tomorrow after that, I'm going to build a life where I want to live. And where we get trapped is we do something today in the short run because it's an emergency, because I had no choices, because I'm busy or tired. And then we have to live with it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And what I'm trying to cover in the book is to say, all of us have a strategy, whether we name it or not. Good strategies always outperform in the long run strategies that are just intuitive. We're just winging it. And, you know, a trivial example, if you need to get to a meeting in rural Georgia